Okay, good morning, everybody. How are you? First time I've been on the in the AM in a long time. How's things? We have the Artemis 3 mission and crew update that should be, and it's delayed. Yep, it's delayed. Yep. Okay. it's delayed. It was supposed to be happening like right now. It is delayed. Yeah. Okay. It's only delayed by 30 minutes from what I can tell here. Also, interestingly enough, Issa is streaming this. I am anonymous with 6 numbers, by the way. I did a name change. Oh, okay. All right. They delayed it yesterday, as is tradition. All right. What are your predictions? We'll get into that in a second. But I oh, yeah, there's the alarm for this. I wanna let you know, guys. We lost a very awesome American historian a couple days ago. I don't know if you guys ever heard of Gordon Wood. Gordon Wood is a pre-Revolutionary War American historian, and he unfortunately passed away by getting hit by a car in a parking lot, which sucks. He was 92. Brimo's doing just fine, better than Gordon Wood, which stinks. Now, if you don't know Revolutionary War history, or you don't know who Gordon Wood is, you may have heard this name before. Let me speak in my native tongue here for a moment. Of course, that's your contention. You're a first-year grad student. You just finished reading some Marxian historian, Pete Garrison, probably. You're gonna be convinced of that till next month when you get in here reading James Lemon, and then you're gonna be talking about how the economies of Virginia and Pennsylvania were entrepreneurial and capitalist way back in 1740. It's gonna last until next year when you're gonna be in here regurgitating Gordon Wood, talking about, the pre-revolutionary utopia and the capitalist forming effects of military mobilization. Well, as a matter of fact, I won't, because Wood drastically underestimates the impact. Wood drastically underestimates the impact of social distinction predicated upon wealth, especially inherited wealth. You got that from Vickers. Work in Essex County, page 98, right? Yeah, I read that too. Were you going to plagiarize the whole thing for us? Do you have any thoughts of your own in this matter? Is that your thing? You come into a bar, you read some obscure passage, then pretend you pawn it off as your own opinion to impress some girls and embarrass my friend? No? There you go. So that was a little bit of words here. Sorry, I had to revert back to native tongue there for a second. Connor, your dad is a colonial U.S. historian. My dad works for Xbox. Does that help? If you don't know what movie that is, I don't think we can be friends. Hey, Lyric, what's going on? My dad is John Microsoft. No, sorry. Yeah. He was referenced in Good Will Hunting. Sorry. Anyway. I had to read it. I don't have that whole thing memorized. I had to read it off the phone. My boy's wicked smart. Right. Anyway, the announcement got delayed, so I figured I'd, pay my receipts or respects. Yeah, really great rendition. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you. Who are the contenders? All right, so let's talk about this. So here, check this out. Real quick. This is a little bit, kind of a little time update. I got this from Alex. Is that Coronet got smart pack? No, but it has smart key. You get near it, I'm gonna key your freaking car. Yeah, I got smart key right here. Anyway, good morning. Happy Artemis 3 day. How are you? I'm all right. I'm all right. So Artemis 3 and HLS update today. Yeah, Trey, it's gonna be a big one. Yep. All right, let's take a look. So the opening remarks are from Vanessa Weiss. She runs Johnson Space Center. And then obviously, Jared's gonna be there. And then we got mission updates from Jeremy Parsons, John Kalouris at Blue, and Jess Jensen from SpaceX.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
All right. Artemis 3 science overview. Nikki Fox is going to be there. Backup crew introduction from Jared. Crew introduction and remarks from Jared Isaacman. Norm Knight is the guy that runs the Flight Operations Directorate. And Joseph Aschbacher from the ESA. Oh. From ESA. We have... Okay. Obviously there's going to be an ESA astronaut on this. Obviously. Let me think. Enco. 96-month resub. What do you call a goose that was born on Cinco de Mayo? Me gusta. Oh, okay. Matthias Maurer. Thomas Pesquet. Fernando Alonso. He's not an astronaut. That's gonna be interesting. So we know at least one of them is a ESA astronaut. Let me see if I can look up the list of ESA astronauts. All right, let's see. So here's the active list here. Sophie Adenau is from France. She's up there right now. Pablo Alvarez Fernandez, he hasn't gotten an assignment. There's Rosemary Coogan right there. She hasn't gotten an assignment. Samantha Cristoforetti's from the Italian Space Agency. Alexander Gerst. Rafael Legios. I can't say that name. Sweet. Let's just say Raf. He doesn't have an assignment. There's Matthias Maurer from Germany. Andres Morgensen from Denmark. Luca Parmentano. Thomas Pesquet. And Marco Sieber. My guess would be Thomas Pesquet. That's who I would guess. I like Thomas Pesquet he's a good dude. We like him. He's cool. Yeah, if you ever like listen to him talk, he's still got that whole like, wait, I'm an astronaut. Wait a minute, what? Really? That's kind of cool. That's pretty neat. Oh, all right. I am okay with this. As a German, you're rooting for Gerst. Well, I'm just trying to think who hasn't flown in a little bit. Luca hasn't flown in a little bit. I think he was last on MS-13. He is the commander of PAM-6 for VAST. Don't count out Luca or Samantha either, though. They're obviously... I would rule out Pablo, Rosemary, Rafael, or Marco. The straight reason is because usually you'd want somebody with some flight experience flying a mission like this. But then again, Jeremy Hansen didn't fly prior. I wouldn't have guessed him, so who knows? Maybe the ones that don't have assignment are gonna get selected. Would love Samantha Cristoforetti to get an Artemis flight, but to the moon. Either Thomas or Luca. Yeah. So, yeah, your most experienced are Samantha, Andres, Luca, and Thomas. Those are your most experienced astronauts. And probably Gerst, too. Gerst has been up there a couple of times. Sunny wasn't retired. Would she be good for this mission as she docked a Starliner for the ISS? I believe Barry was piloting that mission. But, no, he sidestepping a bit and writing on a book about the original guitar player for the Riverboat Band at Disney. Connor, all right. That's cool, man. History is cool, man. I'm a huge history fan. Thomas is busy in 2027. Oh, so Thomas is training for the Vast mission in 2027. So it's unlikely Thomas Pesquet. He's okay. So I would rule him out. So that leaves Luca, Andreas, Alex, and Samantha. That probably would be my pick. 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'm not sure if I send Luca or not. You hope for Andreas? Yeah. Gerst could be in the running. I mean, so it's not Thomas. It could be Samantha, Luca, Gerst, or Andreas. Those would be my 4 if I was going to narrow it down. It could be Matthias too, but it's not going to be Sophie because she's in space right now. So we should have an announcement for the Artemis 3 crew here. Do you think that we will get a Starship HLS update? Jessica's there. So what is the Artemis 3 mission going to be? I don't know. There's mission updates before they introduce the crew. So NASA has hinted that it's a low Earth orbit test mission for the landers. We won't know for sure. There's an update right before this. So I think the concept of operations thus far would be to launch Orion with an SLS into low Earth orbit and then have it dock with either one or both of the landers from Blue or SpaceX to get a on-orbit lander demonstration to retire some risk so the first time you're docking to the landers isn't on your lunar landing mission. Will you be going over the SpaceX XAI technical update later today during Space News? Did that last night on Space News, dude. We watched it at the end. Your money's on Luca. I'm kind of leaning towards Samantha or Luca, Bullet, to be honest with you. How long could this press conference last? An hour? Question? I don't know. Your uneducated guess, Commander Rajachari. Raja and Nicole Mann, Andre Douglas, and Luca Parmentano. That's binary. That's not a bad crew. I would be okay with that. Raja and Nicole are really good. They're really, and they all have flight experience there. Andre would be a first flyer, but he was on the backup crew, and then Luca, yeah. Yeah, I'd say the binary, that's not far off from what I would have guessed. Raja just seems right. He seems like the right guy for the job. Rajachari's he's a fighter pilot from believe it or not, from the Midwest. His dad immigrated to the US and worked for John Deere, building tractors. Freaking farm boy, dude. And then yeah, I forget what branch of the military he's from. Navy pilot. No, he went to the Naval Test Pilot School, but he's a brigadier general in the Air Force. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's going to start here in probably about 15 minutes. Why don't we make the A3 crew the A2 backup? Well, we obviously know that that's not happening because the ESA, Joseph Aschbacher is there, the guy that runs ESA, so there's definitely not, it's not going to be the entire backup crew. Then again, it might be. Could be Andre Douglas, Jenny Gibbons, and an ESA astronaut. I don't know. Your guess for American astronauts? I don't know. there is a really, really big, there's a really wide swath of talent here. I mean, just look at Raj's freaking resume here, all right? Like, he's an American test pilot, NASA astronaut. He's graduated of the Air Force Academy, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and U.S. Naval Test Pilot School. He has over 2,000 hours, and he's a brigadier general in the U.S. Air Force. He's raised in Cedar Falls, Iowa, and attended Columbus High School, graduating in '95. He attended the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, graduated with a bachelor's in astronautical engineering and engineering science, with a minor in mathematics. Following graduation, he attended MIT as a Draper Fellow. Oh, all right. And has a master's in aeronautical and astronautical engineering in 2001. Okay. Okay. All right, calm down there, buddy. You guys know what I'm gonna say. I made my bed today. You know, that, like I said, there's a wide pool of talent here. So this is gonna start probably in about 15 minutes. They're probably gonna save the best pilots for the landing, so I doubt he's gonna be on Artemis 3. Locks, is it messed up if Raja isn't even the most experienced guy here? And that is not a bad resume either. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, dude. Like, that's actually pretty, yeah, that's okay. I mean, there is some freaking talent on this, the talent pool is not lacking, let me put it that way. Here's Andreas Morgensen. He's a background as an aerospace engineer. Oh, all right. Yeah. So we're waiting on the crew announcement here. And in train news, just in case anybody cares, the big boy, 4014 is doing its cross-country tour and just got onto Norfolk Southern's tracks, which is pretty sick. Norfolk Southern maintenance limit, there you go. There's people being happy about trains, and I'm cool with that. Hey, baby. What can I say? When you live in Iowa, your choices are to do what are fairly limited. Go run a farm or get an education and be smarter than everybody else, or drink profusely. That sounds great. Or you could come up here where you don't need an excuse to drink profusely. Just do it. Just saying. What do you call that, red train? That looks like a... Okay, where's my train buffs here? That's AC 4400, I think. Or is it an SD 70? That electrician is from Iowa. Nobody cares. I'm just kidding. That's an old Red vs. Blue joke. I'm from Iowa. Nobody cares. Be quiet. Hey, Ghost, what's going on? You went and saw Big Boys that went through Ohio. Nice, Dean. Do you think that Blue Origin is taking the stages out of the HIF to demolish it and build the VIF? Possible. Nevada, when I saw 4014, a friend of ours brought a steam tractor engine up to the crossing, and 4014 made an unscheduled stop so they could see the steam tractor. Nice. I understood that reference. Yes. All right, so the spaceflight announcement got delayed a little bit, so I figured we show trains. If it's not spaceships, it's trains. And if it's, you know, not trains, cars. We like all of these things. Big Boy was in Utah recently. It's a beast of a machine. Yep. I think that's an AC 6000. Let me... AC... It could be an ACW 6000. I'm gonna go ahead... let me see. Nope. Maybe. No, maybe a 4400. It's not a 4000 or a 6000. It could be an SD70. Yeah, it's an SD70. Hey, I was right. That's an SD70. Nice. All right. Look. SD70. Yes. Well, I'll tell you what, boy, that's a damn fine locomotive, if I do say so myself. Beast mode.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What's the start time? It was 11. But it got delayed till 11:30. Please, Javen EJ looks 12 years old. It's summertime, man. I don't need no damn beard. What is this? Speaking of steam locomotives, 3985 is going well. UP is not restoring 3985. 3985 is being restored by somebody else. Yes, my train knowledge is still good. This thing has 6,000. The 4014, this is an Alco 4000. That has 6,000 horsepower. 6,000 horsepower. It has more horse than that SD70. It's actually stronger than the SD70. For what it's worth, if you care. And the SD70 is no slouch either. That's a good locomotive. Is the SD70 still in use? Yes. Yeah, there's one right there. That's Norfolk Southern. They use SD70s. This thing has all the torques, man. You have a 4-cylinder articulated 4884 steam locomotive. That's what the Alco 4000 series is. It's the biggest steam locomotive around. ESA is live, not NASA yet, though. Okay. I'm waiting on it. Dude, that freaking... I wish I could see the big boy, but I'll check it some other time. Oh. Hey, baby. Dude, we should fix all of them. There's 8 of them left. We should fix all of them. And don't give me an excuse like, well, EJ, the boiler's shot. Shut up. Shut up. We got one working. We can get the other ones working. Oh no, we can't remake a boiler. Bro, I'm rebuilding a car out of nothing. There's no car to rebuild in my shop, all right? Don't give me this garbage like, oh, train of Theseus. I don't care. I don't care. I want to see more big boys working, all right? I don't care. Oh no, the boiler doesn't work. Build another one. Sorry. Anyway, it's just like SLS. It's just like rockets. Oh no, the rocket did. Build more. Stop it. Stop your whining. Big boy, Ian, look at it. It's beautiful. It's meeting up with 4012, dude, in Steamtown. That's happening soon. I think that's next week. Replacing the boiler probably costs the same amount of the as that SD70. Oh no, we can't replace the boiler on the SD70. They got plenty of SD70s. Build another one. I don't want to hear excuses. They made a new boiler for the T1 Trust. There you go. Bro, look at that damn thing. That thing rules. Big Boy will be in Scranton, and I'm so mad I'm going to miss it. Meeting 4012. It's a 30-minute drive. You know, I'm not even kidding. I would have gone. But it's in Steamtown on my wedding anniversary. Primo loves me. She doesn't love me that much, dude. Not enough to go visit a train museum on our wedding anniversary. I mean, that's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. Yeah, that's fair. But also, damn it. Building the T1 from scratch shows they can build more. I don't want to hear excuses, man. Just build more. My son told me the other day, why don't they just make more Saturn V's? I told him we can't make them anymore. We don't know how. Yeah, they made a new boiler for the T1 Trust. Bingo, dude. I don't want to hear excuses. We got plenty good candidates.
Space. I'm in space.
Or not, give to the 70, and there you go. Like, there's just, it's all the other parts that are going to be tough. Like, the boiler's just a cylinder. What about all these parts down here? This is the stuff that's the stuff you need. It really isn't, but it doesn't matter. All right, let's take a look. What do we got? What do we got here? We're waiting on the Artemis 3 announcement. This is supposed to be going on right now. It should be live in 5 minutes. And in the meantime, we're looking at big boy parts. Okay? Okay, so there's the air brakes. That's the mechanical brake right there. There's your reverser. Actually, that one might be the reverser. That might be your throttle. NASA is live. Oh. I like trains, but I like rockets more. So let's. NASA is not live. They're going live in 3 minutes. Did you see the first civilian-owned F4 Phantom did high-speed taxi test? Yeah, Nader, that's Collings Foundation, dude. They're from not my neck of the woods. Collings is out of Massachusetts, dude. Yeah, they have, well, I believe they had a B-17, and they have the only airworthy B-24 in existence, and I've stood in it. The throttle's up top? No. You need to, well, yeah. Oh, yeah, you might be right. Wow, that's weird. That's a weird design. The throttle is usually by the reverser, but that, I don't know, that may be the whistle. You usually want to keep all your controls kind of clustered in a certain point. So mechanical brakes, air brakes. I think that's the reverser right there, and that's most likely your throttle control right there. You want to control the throttle while you're looking out the window, right? It's just steam engine UX. It is? You've been modeling these things? Good for you. I'm kind of like halfway convinced an electromechanical computerized steam locomotive could be really useful. Can you imagine this thing with some computers on it? Like, I'm usually not one to be like, no, that needs a computer. Like, I'm usually one that's like, stick to mechanical stuff. But can you imagine if you had a computer on there that's min-maxing your steam pressure? Like a glass cockpit for a steam locomotive. Can you imagine how nuts that could actually, like, that's... Eloin, your power reverser. All right, hold on. Let me just make sure that NASA... Dude, I love trains. You guys don't know. That's like untapped potential. Trains are amazing. NASA's live in 90 seconds. Throttle does that as well, but it's complicated. Yeah, it's not so much a throttle, but it's metering your steam, right? It's metering the amount of your flow rate on steam. And you have to build head pressure, and that's what all these other gauges are for. You have your you're primarily looking for, you'd have a steam pressure gauge here in PSI, and then you'd have your speedometer as well. And you have to make sure that you keep the steam pressure constant. Oh, dude, you could min-max the hell out of this thing. I'm convinced. That would be, yeah. That would be sick, dude. Can you imagine just have a computer controlling all these valves? That would be, I mean, it would complicate the design big time. But you also have sight glasses right here. See the sight glass? 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's probably redundant gauges right there. But they're redundant analog gauges to see your water levels. Am I in the ballpark, Elowen? NASA's live. Let's do this. Dude, we got to play a train game. Should we go back to playing Derail? We should play some Derail. All right, let me just fast forward. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. Railroads Online? Nah, I won't play that game. I would really like a I would really like a game like Railroads Online. I do believe they're being worked on. I like games where you engineer the layout. So in Railroads Online, guys, you play Roblox? I don't play Roblox, no. In Railroads Online, you had to build the tracks to your destinations, and what I ended up doing was I built out, I have to play this part muted because it's copywritten music. It'll claim the VOD. In fact, it probably already did. Oh, that's sick. How to explain this to my husband that this is like NFL draft day? It really is. It's better than the draft. The draft is lame. So in Railroads, I actually engineered out a longer route but a shorter grade so you could go faster on it. It was really cool. You could also use cheaper locomotives on it too. But I'm gonna shut up. You guys know the drill. I'm shutting up. I'm gonna let Vanessa talk and pretty much everybody else.
Good morning and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. I'm Vanessa White, director of NASA's Johnson Space Center, and it's my pleasure to be here with you today. We're about to unveil the agency's Artemis III mission and introduce you to the extraordinary crew who will lead humanity's next steps toward the moon. We will have several speakers providing updates on Artemis III mission profile, Artemis acceleration plans, and mission science. Get ready for an inside look at innovation, ambition, and the future of space exploration. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Jared was chomping at the bit there, dude. He was up before his name was announced. You see that?
Thank you, Vanessa. I am so grateful to be here with all of you as we discuss the Artemis program and announce the 4 astronauts who will undertake this very exciting mission. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the leadership of President Donald Trump, the incredible bipartisan support from Congress, our international partners, including the European Space Agency Director, General Joseph.
Beautiful orange rockets. They're big and they're beautiful and they're orange. All right, I won't do that again.
Technologically advanced aerospace industry in the world. All of you are contributing meaningfully to this undertaking and helping us achieve what is such a daring and inspiring and world-changing endeavor. We are returning to the moon, a grand adventure back to the lunar surface to build a moon base and to do so for all of its scientific, its economic potential, and to master the skills for where we will inevitably go next. The incredible crew of Artemis II was just the beginning, and they did an absolutely outstanding job. As a test mission, they were the first to launch on the SLS rocket and test the Orion spacecraft. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen showed us the moon again, and they showed us the Earth again. They helped reinvigorate the world's interest in space exploration. And now, just as Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo crews that came before them, Artemis II will pass along all they have learned and hand the torch to Artemis III. Over the next year, they will train for their mission, ensure the lessons learned from the prior crew are implemented, and assist in the development of the landers and operational procedures that will be necessary for their colleagues on future Artemis missions. Artemis III will be an extraordinary demonstration of what is possible when the greatest aerospace companies across the United States, alongside our European partners, come together to showcase the technological might and ambition of the free world. When their training and development are complete, these 4 astronauts will strap into their spacecraft. You will witness the contributions of Boeing, United Launch Alliance, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, L3 Harris, and Airbus, and many others come together as the SLS rocket ignites the Artemis III crew and sends them into low Earth orbit. Additional powerful rockets will launch to place the Blue Origin and SpaceX Starship landers into orbit. Throughout the duration of the Artemis III mission, these astronauts will continue to test the Orion spacecraft. They will rendezvous and dock with the Blue Origin lander, and then again with the SpaceX lander. Think about how many spacecraft, all of which will eventually carry human beings, will be in orbit at the same time. From Dragon, Shenzhou, Soyuz, possibly Starliner, Starship, and Blue Origin landers. This seems like the beginning of the future that we imagined as children. This seems like the very beginning of Earth's first Starfleet to me.
What?
Will we use Artemis III to get into the rhythm of multi-launch campaigns, test the interoperability across several systems while close to home, learn and improve, and inform the changes necessary when the torch will be passed once again? Now, preparations for Artemis III are already underway. The NASA team, our contractors, and our partners will start stacking SLS this summer with the aim of beginning early wet dress testing before the end of the year. The interested public will be able to follow along through all the key NASA milestones, along with Blue Origin and SpaceX as they launch uncrewed tests of their reusable rockets, gather data, implement improvements, and converge upon the Artemis III readiness no earlier than this time next year. In parallel, we will not slow down. The expectation of your NASA should be that we can pursue and achieve many extraordinary objectives at once. In a matter of weeks, we will host another moon-based event. To set expectations, we plan to issue awards and provide updates routinely. In the not-too-distant future, we will be tuning in on the Moonbase website, watching landers and rovers and moonfall hopper drones and other tech demonstrations and science payloads landing on a near-monthly basis as we practice the science of survival on the lunar surface. Alongside industry and our Artemis Accords partners, we will experiment with power, navigation, surface mobility, communications, and other critical systems as we learn what does and does not work in the extreme environment of the lunar South Pole. Now, coming up later this summer, America's next great exploration asset, the Nancy Grace Roman Space Telescope, will launch and venture out nearly 1 million miles into space with the aim of further unlocking the secrets of the universe. And there are further big science missions like Near-Earth Object Surveyor, Rosalind Franklin, and Dragonfly coming up on deck. Now, to realize the spacefaring future, we will work tirelessly to ignite an orbital and someday, perhaps even a lunar economy, working alongside industry to usher in the first commercial space stations. In the months ahead, we will invest in high-temperature materials, power conversion, radiators, advanced space structures, and assemble the first fission-powered interplanetary spacecraft. Before the end of 2028, we will launch the first mission of what should be many more to follow as SR-1 Freedom finally gets America underway on nuclear power in space and delivers the Skyfall payload to Mars. The X-59 team is already past the sound barrier, and we are well on our way to rebuilding the X-plane portfolio with greater investment in faster and higher capabilities as we aim to blur the line between in and out of atmospheric flight. As I've said many times, your NASA team will not sit on the sidelines and wait for all these exciting initiatives to be realized. We are embedding SMEs across the supply chain, doing the kind of engineering and building necessary to deliver the outcomes only NASA is capable of achieving. We can do this all while the Artemis III crew prepare for and undertake their important mission, while the rest of the astronaut corps plan for their missions ahead, including the vital work on the International Space Station. The NASA astronauts, alongside our international partners and tens of thousands of the best and brightest across the agency and the industry, are ushering in the golden age of discovery. They are carrying forward the hopes and dreams of the next generation, just as the Apollo astronauts did for so many of us. When Gene Cernan left the lunar surface on Apollo 17, he said, "We leave as we came, and God willing, we shall return with peace and hope for all mankind." Now, it's taken a little bit longer than he may have imagined, but we are returning, and we do so with the experience of Apollo, the lessons of Artemis II, the crew now of Artemis III, and the promise of what lies ahead, and our collective effort to build out humanity's first outpost on another world. So to the Artemis III crew, we wish you Godspeed on the journey ahead. You carry the fire of exploration from generations past, the confidence of this agency and the support of this nation, and the dreams of millions who will be cheering you on, knowing that what others believe to be impossible happens to be what we do best here at NASA. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Artemis generation. And now I'll turn it over to Jeremy Parsons for an Artemis III update.
What? This music is way too epic for this time of day.
Good morning. It's great to be here with you and to be part of the excitement as we progress forward towards Artemis III and our future missions to the lunar surface. Since adding the Artemis III test flight before our first crewed moon landing, our team is focused on developing the mission to test about as much as we can how we operate with our commercial partners across systems, teams, software, and hardware in the entirely difficult environment of space. We want to do this in Earth's orbit before we return to the moon and establish an enduring presence there. We demonstrated to the world during Artemis II that we can fly our astronauts around the moon and bring them home safely. The mission gave us insight into performance across all of our systems, how our teams operate together with crew in the deep space environment, thousands of miles from home. That is why we do test flights. We learned. We found things we needed to improve, and our teams are already hard at work solving those issues to make Orion even more capable. Across the Artemis II campaign, one of the biggest things we demonstrated is that testing like we fly puts us in the best position for success. Artemis III is an opportunity to take those lessons and apply them. It enables us to test in space how we will fly on future missions. As the first crewed Artemis mission with commercial spacecraft, this test flight will enable us to prove we can carry out highly choreographed operations with our partners across hardware, interfaces, software, propulsion systems, and life support elements.
And toilets.
With crew in the high-stakes space environment. Are we able to launch in sequence with our partners across multiple launch pads and meet up at precise points in space? How do our spacecraft designed and built across NASA and different partners operate together in an integrated way in an unforgiving environment? We will learn how to fly these new spacecraft with new software, new life support systems. Every aspect of Artemis III will give us insight into how to refine our plans for Artemis IV and beyond and buy down risk. The mission, together with the uncrewed lander demonstrations to the moon, is specifically designed and targeted to the most significant risk for a lunar landing. We have many partners involved in making Artemis III successful, and while we recognize there are questions about how Blue Origin's recent anomaly impacts our plans, setbacks are a learning opportunity.
Whoa,
we are confident that New Glenn will be ready for Artemis III, together with Blue Origin, but NASA is stepping in and bringing all of our expertise and capabilities to bear. We are working hand in hand with them to meet our commitments to return our nation to the moon.
I love the accountability.
Let me assure you, NASA is taking an active role with all of our partners, contractors, and vendors to help solve the problems that are here today and ensure the right outcomes are achieved. These companies have unparalleled access not only to our agency experts, but also to our test facilities, launch support, technology development at all of the NASA centers across the country. Fundamentally, our approach to Artemis III will remain the same. We will use this mission to reduce risk for our future crewed moon missions with lander test articles from both Blue Origin and SpaceX to ensure we will beat China back to the moon. So we've talked about accelerating the Artemis cadence, and so I wanted to share with you a little about how the pieces of Artemis III are coming together. Our partners are making great progress in lander development. SpaceX's recent flight of its version 3 Starship demonstrated key aspects of their architecture and lander designs, and they are already applying those lessons to their next flight test. Blue Origin's Mark 1 lander recently completed vacuum testing here at Johnson Space Center. We have a training cabin that's been set up. Astronauts are actively working through that training. The Orion Crew module and its European-built service module are on track to be integrated together this summer, including the new docking system, which will fly for the first time on Artemis 3. Our improved heat shield has been fully inspected and is ready to be installed. We are going to bring updated communication technologies to our missions, including adding optical communication to the spacecraft to improve our data exchange between Orion and the ground. We expect that to enhance what the public can see during the mission. SLS core stage processing is well underway inside the vehicle assembly building at Kennedy Space Center. It arrived there in April, and teams have already mated the 2 segments of the core stage and will install the 4 RS-25 engines later this summer.
Yeah, baby.
Design and fabrication of a spacer that will replace the upper stage on Artemis 3.
There we go.
We're flying in low Earth orbit, is already in fabrication at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Alabama.
Good.
And for the ground systems, when we talk about acceleration, one of the best examples I've seen is that just 17 days after the launch of Artemis 2, the mobile launcher was back in the vehicle assembly building, well underway with refurbishment and preparations for stacking. Our teams are getting ready too. The launch team at Kennedy Space Center began conducting launch countdown simulations in May, which include practicing procedures to load propellant into SLS, as well as for launch countdown. At Johnson, mission segments are being simulated and crew training is well underway. Our spacesuit provider, Axiom Space, is making great progress as well. We have suit testing ongoing regularly at the Neutral Buoyancy Lab down the road here in Houston. Pressure garments worn under the suit are fully assembled and undergoing testing, and the components of the suit's primary life support system are in hand and being integrated. We are going to fly the spacesuit aboard the International Space Station to check it out in 2027, and we will perform hardware interface checkouts on at least 1 lander in a spacesuit during Artemis 3.
Good.
Again, this is an area where NASA is taking an active hand. We want to accelerate these deliveries, this hardware, and we're embedding NASA engineers across the board with Axiom and with partners in order to yank schedules to the left. All of this culminates in a mission where for Artemis 3, the hardware is real, and we are going to begin stacking SLS rocket hardware this summer. This fall, we plan to roll out a shortened SLS stack with Orion on top. We want to test improved cryogenic seals and put our launch team through their paces, keep the training proficiency up. With an increased mission cadence, we're bringing everything we can to ramp up production and drive supply chain improvements across the key components of Artemis and across the United States. We are also moving aggressively to implement modifications to Orion that enable a broader range of lunar missions after Artemis 3. This includes looking how Orion can rendezvous in Earth orbit with Starship and use that ship to push Orion to a lunar orbit. So I shared where the hardware is, but let me talk a little bit more about what we expect Artemis 3 to look like. Artemis 3 is an incredibly exciting, complicated, and highly coordinated multi-launch campaign. It's going to happen in a short period of time with 3 of the world's most powerful rockets. It will begin with the launch of Blue Origin's lander test article, which can loiter up into space for up to 90 days. This gives us flexibility to launch our crew of 4 in Orion on the powerful Space Launch System launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida. The crew will fly their journey in low Earth orbit on a circular trajectory around Earth. Orion and the Blue Origin lander design will rendezvous in space, spending about 2 days in docked operations, conducting test technology demonstrations, including inside of Blue Origin spacecraft. More importantly, we intend to dock, perform integrated stack control, have crew cross the hatch, operate the lander, and get critical test of the life support systems that can only be done in space. This gives our teams key information on systems the lunar lander crew will depend on in an environment close to home versus 4+ days away around the moon.
Yep.
After docked operations, Orion will detach and await Starship. SpaceX's Starship lander test article will launch and meet up with Orion and our crew. Orion and Starship will dock, be connected together for about a day before the crew transitions to preparations for returning home, splashing down in the Pacific Ocean to a waiting recovery team made up of the US Navy and NASA. In total, we expect the mission to last around 2 weeks. This mission is deliberately designed to take calculated risks so that future crews will be safer and ultimately successful when we put boots on the lunar surface.
This is about as dangerous as a LEO mission as you can get.
Across multiple launches, spacecraft, rendezvous.
It's a tough mission.
Is greater in many ways than Artemis 2. NASA, together with our partners, thrives in these challenging situations. Each of us are coming together for success. Human spaceflight is not for those who want to chart an easy course, but every decision we make about Artemis 3 will be informed about how it can help us ensure our mission success for the lunar surface. Artemis II reminded the world what we can do when we move together with clarity, discipline, and shared purpose. What the world saw was a successful mission.
Don't change the audio levels.
What we saw behind the scenes was years of
Guy, what are you
coordination,
doing?
planning, testing, problem solving, and collaboration with industry partners and government organizations. We are going to apply that same focus for Artemis III, and our teams are ready. To our crew, thank you for taking on this responsibility to train and fly for Artemis III. You have our commitment that we will do everything possible to keep you safe as you enable us to push the boundaries of space exploration. I'll now turn things over to John Caloris of Blue Origin.
I'll try to balance myself out. Balancing the audio. I just want to be slightly higher level than they are.
Thank you. As you know, we had a significant anomaly at our Launch Complex 36A on May 28th. The response from NASA, our partners, and customers has been extraordinary. We're making excellent progress on the investigation and pad cleanup. We'll begin rebuilding once cleanup is complete, while continuing construction at Launch Complex 36B.
Okay.
Blue Origin's lunar engineering and production teams are continuing the pace for production of Mark I landers for Moonbase and for Artemis vehicles, with multiple serial numbers in build. Mark I serial number 1 testing will conclude soon and will be ready for launch this year. The mission will demonstrate key components of our Artemis landers, such as our BE-7 engine. Artemis III is a major step that fills important objectives prior to our uncrewed landing on the moon in 2028, followed by our landing of astronauts that same year. On this mission, NASA and Blue Origin will demonstrate rendezvous, docking, hatch operations, ingress, and life support systems in low Earth orbit. This will allow the crew to gain familiarity with our Lunar Crew Module and even practice operations such as suit donning in zero gravity. Manufacturing is well underway on the Artemis III Mark II Lunar Crew Module, our storable reaction control system, our docking systems, and our environmental control and life support system.
Good.
Our factories are running around-the-clock shifts in a responsible manner. Our vertical integration capabilities continue to produce hardware that feeds the production floor. We work very closely with NASA on engineering and testing support, with more to come. We expect to complete the vehicle for Artemis III and be ready for launch in 2027. Blue Origin is very motivated to be part of the journey of returning humans to the moon. We've redoubled our efforts and are moving forward. I'm thrilled that we're just moments away from announcing NASA's Artemis III crew. I'd like to also say that the moon is the 8th continent, and we will measure ourselves not only by our successes, but how we respond to setbacks. With that, I'd like to introduce my friend, Jessica Jensen from SpaceX.
I like that guy. That guy should just give us updates for what Blue is doing, like, all the time. What, no music for Jess? What the hell's that about, NASA?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Jensen, and on behalf of SpaceX,
up,
I want to first say early congratulations to the astronauts who will get to fly on this awesome mission next year. And thank you for the critical role you're about to play in pushing humanity forward. I also want to say that SpaceX is incredibly honored, as always, to continue to be a part of NASA's most critical missions as we all work together to establish a permanent human presence on the moon. I'm here today to give an update on Starship's development towards Artemis III and Artemis IV. We've made substantial progress towards developing Starship and preparing for the NASA HLS missions. We just flew our 12th flight test and successfully debuted version 3, or V3, of the Starship and Super Heavy booster, along with the new Raptor 3 engines and a new launch pad, all of which were developed through years of ground and flight testing. We are currently building several ships and boosters in parallel at Starbase, and we are actively building out 3 more Starship launch pads in Florida and Texas. We believe this, combined with full reusability, is going to lead to unprecedented launch rates and achieving aircraft-like operations, which has always been our goal. The V3 design of Starship is planned to be the vehicle for propellant transfer, our uncrewed missions to the moon, and for the HLS crewed lunar landing. Our HLS design and operations
leverage years of proven experience from our NASA crew and cargo missions to the space station, from our high flight rate on Falcon 9, which is currently once every 2.5 days, and from reusability of Falcon fairings and boosters. Additionally, the docking hardware we're using for HLS is nearly identical to what we use currently on Dragon, and many of the rendezvous and proximity sensors that we're going to use for prop transfer and HLS have been flying on Dragon missions for many years. We're also actively building our first flight fidelity Starship HLS cabin at Starbase. The primary structure is assembled and prepared to be outfitted with key functional systems like avionics, power, life support systems, and more to come in the next few months. Later this year, we are targeting our in-space ship-to-ship propellant transfer demonstration. This is a core technology that will enable Starship to land humans and massive amounts of cargo on the moon. Then next year, we'll support Artemis 3 and the planned rendezvous and docking with Orion in low Earth orbit. For that mission, we're going to be using a V3 vehicle off the line with an added docking adapter. We are also marching towards our V3 Starship uncrewed lunar landing. This is another HLS milestone that will further demonstrate propellant aggregation in space and also a safe and autonomous landing on the surface of the moon. Then looking ahead to Artemis 4, we're continuing to develop all the crewed systems and certification necessary for the safe landing and return of astronauts to Orion. We have an updated plan with NASA that includes docking Starship with Orion in Earth orbit instead of NRHO, and then we use Starship to actually do the translunar injection with Orion attached. Then it will send them both to low lunar orbit before the landing. This approach improves crew safety by first conducting the critical docking event in Earth orbit, just like we're going to practice in Artemis 3, and the crew can also abort off the lunar surface nearly any time versus waiting up to days from NRHO. In addition to improving crew safety, these new Artemis 4 orbits also significantly lower the amount of propellant Starship needs to aggregate in space, since we now just have a more direct route to the moon, and this lowers schedule risk overall. We're incredibly excited to help return humans to the moon once again, and this time to stay. Thank you. And now, I will turn it over to Dr. Nikki Fox, head of NASA Science.
Nikki
She's
Fox.
going to talk about Artemis 3 science.
Yeah, what the heck's that about? They didn't have music for Jess. They got music for everybody else. John Calor's got...
So much, Jessica. Well, while Artemis 2 was all about moon joy, Artemis 3 will be all about Earth joy. We will be studying the route from Earth, and our Artemis 3 crew will be our mission scientists. Since Artemis 3 is a technical mission, the science we will be doing will look just a little bit different. We will study Earth's atmosphere, the environment around Orion during the mission, and the impact of space's influence within the Orion capsule. We're going to use this flight to buy down our risk for landed missions by developing our science processes, procedures, and readiness specifically for Orion to ensure the health and safety of our astronauts and spacecraft for our future Artemis missions. And the best way to do it is by taking real data that is uniquely enabled by this mission. For this technical and complex mission, we will focus on how we can better work with the unique Orion capsule and test and establish the necessary groundwork prior to landing on the mission with Artemis 4. With Artemis 3, we will initiate the preparation phase of packing our interplanetary survival guide with the necessary knowledge, equipment, and roadmap needed to plant astronaut boots back on the lunar surface to stay. Think of it this way. If you're going on a road trip, you need to know before you go, ahead of time, and prepare with a game plan, not just for your destination, but for driving through all of the states in between. Weather. Will there be bad weather? Is your car ready for the trip? What do you need to pack for maximum comfort? And most importantly, will it all actually fit into the car?
I have experience.
Leading SMD's Artemis 3 science team
make sure
is
the car's
Dr.
ready.
Barbara Cohen. Barbara's team will be gathering the necessary information now so we can be ready for Artemis 4 to begin that sustained presence on the lunar surface. Now, I know you all saw the joy of the science team during Artemis 2. During Artemis 3, we are continuing that great work to build up our scientist corps who will support future Artemis missions. By nailing down our processes now, we will be ready to hit the lunar surface running, saving time and space on Orion, and above all, squeezing out every drop of the critical science opportunities we have before us to make future missions a success. They will be collecting unique science that cannot be done elsewhere. Now, one way we'll be doing this is we'll be doing an observation campaign of the dynamic phenomena on the Earth, on our sun, and around the environment in space from Orion by using the processes that we developed for Artemis 2. Having the Artemis 3 crew observe the Earth will be another great exercise for our teams to help guide the observations in a similar way on the Moon. These methods were adapted from the crew Earth observations proven already aboard the International Space Station. We will be focused particularly on understanding our Earth's atmosphere and the space environment in and around Orion through their observations. By observing Earth's atmosphere and how space weather impacts it, we can better understand how to protect the critical space-based technology there and all of that we rely on, as well as our future astronaut crews traveling through that region. To better predict how the sun will impact our atmosphere and also Orion, we have to not only look at our closest star, but we also have to look back at the Earth's atmosphere itself. Although the astronauts are not leaving the protective jacket of Earth's magnetosphere during this mission, future Artemis crews traveling to and exploring on the Moon and Mars will operate well outside Earth's magnetosphere and will be exposed to the harshest elements of deep space, including radiation. Now, this makes space weather research all the more vital as we move forward on the Artemis program, and our NASA space weather stations situated in strategic locations across our solar system are absolutely ready. When the sun triggers space weather events, the conditions in Earth's atmosphere can increase drag on the spacecraft. Now, this friction-like force pushes back against the vehicle, gradually draining its orbital energy and causing it to lose altitude over time, a process that we call orbital decay. This drag is highly sensitive to solar activity. So by analyzing atmospheric behavior, we can gain insight into different conditions by looking at how the atmosphere slows Orion down at different points in its flight. Understanding the environment outside Orion will also inform us of what future science instruments we could put on the outside of that vehicle. We're also using our ground-based assets across the world to look at Orion in low Earth orbit. And this is an opportunity that was not possible during the Artemis 2 mission due to the very quick time they spent in LEO. We are also characterizing the Orion capsule itself. We are going to initiate processes for Artemis contamination control and contamination knowledge by bringing samples out of Orion back to curation so we can identify and evaluate the environment within for our astronaut crew and for our future lunar samples. This will help us remove any background noise that may return with our lunar samples so we can subtract it out of the characterization of the samples and really get to the core of what they are. We will be doing all of this while also studying how our crew safely live and operate in space and within the Orion capsule, thereby ensuring future mission success. Now, we're still at the beginning with our planning for science, so stay tuned as there will be more exciting science yet to ride along with Artemis 3. I am extremely excited for NASA to build upon the success of Artemis 2 and then Artemis 3 and to explore more of the moon, to build that sustained presence and to build our moon base to prepare for the next giant leap, human exploration of Mars. All while we lead the world doing paradigm-shifting science. At NASA, science enables exploration, and exploration enables science. And NASA Science is honored to take our part in the Artemis generation. And with that, I am delighted to hand it back to Administrator Isaacman.
I swear if that music gets claimed. I swear.
So you want to find out who the astronauts are?
No. I mean, yes.
All right. Well, thank you, Jeremy, John, Jessica, and Nikki for providing these incredible updates. Now, before we proceed, I would like to invite Vanessa, our center director here, to please join me on the stage. I'd also like our deputy administrator, Matt Anderson, if you could join us, our associate administrator, Amit Thrishia, director general of the European Space Agency, Josef Aschbacher, and Lori Glaze, who's going to lead our human spaceflight efforts, Norm Knight, our flight operations director, and Scott Tingle, our chief astronaut. If you would, please join us on the stage.
Don't say nothing about Jared, guys. He'll hear you. I don't think he can't hear you typing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, homie. I mean, what, is he not going to hear you? He can hear your thoughts.
Now, alongside the prime crew, we have a backup crew member who will train shoulder to shoulder with them to ensure mission readiness and continuity. Test pilot, Air Force Colonel, and former SpaceX Crew 4 pilot stands ready to join the team if necessary, Artemis 3 backup crew member, Bob Hines.
Bobby! Dude, who's controlling this audio? They underdrove the sound. It's still loud, but it's under... Here are the volumes at max, and it's not peaking at all. It's loud, but it's under... I don't... Okay. Brother. All right, we don't need the epic music. This is ridiculous.
Logged 170 days in space across 2 ISS expeditions and can step into any role needed on this mission. Now, moving on to our mission specialist.
Turn the music off!
Test engineer and Coast Guard Reserve commander, making his first space flight, mission specialist Andre Douglas.
He's the right dude for the job. Andre! If you want to feel dumb, look up that dude's resume. If you want to feel dumb.
And we have Army Black Hawk helicopter pilot, family medicine physician, and record-setting astronaut, mission specialist, Colonel Frank Rubio.
Frankie! Frank spent a lot of time up on the ISS, dude. He's been up there for a good minute, dude. Look up how much time he has in space. He's been up there for a long time. I'm sorry, guys. I can't deal with the friggin' music. It's so bad. These are not the backups. Bob Hines is the backup crew. This is the prime crew. Stop interrupting the music. You can't be serious, Abram. You can't be serious.
Now on to our pilot, two-time flyer, ESA astronaut, the first Italian space station commander, an Italian Air Force colonel and test pilot, Luca Parmitano.
Oh! Oh!
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Da 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 da. No, all right. No, you'd rather this music? All right, cool.
Now to our commander, two-time astronaut, former space station commander, Marine Corps colonel, and test pilot with more than 7,000 flight hours, Artemis 3 commander, Randy Bresnik.
Nope, Randy. There we go. Got a devil dog commanding this mission.
All right, let's give it one more round of applause for your Artemis 3 prime crew.
Bro, I can't with this music. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't do this. That's a good crew, man. Not who I would have guessed, but that's a good crew. They put Randy Bresnik in as the commander. That's good. Luca, we were kind of expecting. Didn't expect Frank. Andre, we were kind of expecting. Yeah. Frank spent a ton of time on the ISS. Andre helped basically like write the con ops for like Artemis 2. He's yeah. You want to feel dumb, look at that guy's resume.
Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre, I am excited to welcome you as the next crew in the Artemis journey to successfully return to the moon, this time to stay. This mission will be one of the most complex that NASA has undertaken, and we are counting on your courage and your dedication in fulfilling this critical role. It also underscores the importance of both international and commercial collaboration. This crew is comprised of astronauts from NASA and ESA, and they will train together to develop their expertise in multiple spacecraft from our commercial partners. All of this while working hand in hand with the flight control team that works tirelessly to manage risk, ensure crew safety, and of course, mission success. This multifaceted integration demonstrates that we will go farther faster when we go together. As the Director of Flight Operations, I have the opportunity to get to know every astronaut as well as many of the team members that support our missions and other critical integral roles. These integrated teams are the backbone of the mission, working as a single entity to accomplish the mission objectives while aligning to crew and vehicle safety. I would also like to thank the families of our astronauts and those of our team members who provide the support that allow us to accomplish these ambitious goals for our country and humanity. To simply say, I am encouraged, I'm inspired, and I'm filled with hope when I think of this mission and the teams associated with it. To the Artemis 3 crew, each of you possess a unique background and your vast experience and unwavering dedication to NASA's mission enables you to help make us and take this next great step in space exploration. I am proud to work alongside you as we make our mark on history. This mission begins now, and it will conclude with your safe return to Houston, where you will be reunited with your families. Now, I'm honored to turn it over to Mission Specialist Andre Douglas.
Wow. What an amazing day it is today. My brain, it is going a mile a minute right now, but my heart, it is so warm. It is so full. And I can't thank everybody who's been along with my journey, but I got a few tonight I got to give a shout out to. So Mom, thank you so much for believing in me, this whole time. All these years, you prayed for me, you thought about me, and I always appreciate that. And Dad, that work ethic that you showed, I was trying to emulate you.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, happy early Father's Day.
Yeah!
And to Rachel, my lovely wife, thank you, babe. The support you've given is unwavering. It has been a lot. What a journey. I'm so glad you're on this journey with us. It's just amazing. You're amazing. Couldn't have done it without you. I love you so much.
Real.
And to my boys, if you put in the hard work, and you think big, you can do just about anything you want to do. Surround yourself with good people. You can do this.
That one.
You can do whatever you want. You just got to try hard. All right? So
Persistence is key. He's right.
I don't have enough time to go through everybody out there, but we really appreciate you guys supporting us. This mission is going to be fantastic. What an excellent crew. Very proud to serve with these gentlemen. Very fine crew. And go Artemis, go NASA.
Thanks, Trey.
Frankie.
Well said. And wow is the right word. What an incredible blessing and an honor it is to be standing here representing all of you. And I'd just like to take a quick second to say thank you, first and foremost, to my wife and our 4 amazing kids. Thank you for your sense of adventure and your resiliency. You guys have made all of this possible. To our... To our community of friends and family who've always been there when we most needed them. We've called upon them many times and they've always stepped up. So thank you guys. You know who you are. And then last but absolutely not least is to the NASA team, NASA community, to our leadership, to our engineers, our flight controllers, our flight directors. You guys are the ones that make this happen. So thank you. And last, but definitely not least, is to our peers, CB, and all the support staff that we have. We look forward to representing you guys and to helping take the next step so that we can watch you guys continue to make history. So thank you, and go Artemis 3.
Frank Rubio's 82nd Airborne, by the way. Yeah, just in case you were feeling insignificant.
I apologize in advance if I get emotional. I'm honored by the role that I've been given. I'm also very humbled by the task in front of us. But first and foremost, I'm grateful. There are many parts that need to come together for a space launch. And you need a launch pad. And for me, that launch pad is my country, Italy, its education system, the Italian Air Force that gave me the professional tools to bring me here today, the Italian Space Agency that gave me the first flight to put those skills to proof, and for that I'm very grateful. The European Space Agency is like a launch tower connecting these two worlds, building bridges. Its very nature is to build relationships and building bridges, connections, and to elevate individuals to achieve their full potential. The rocket, figuratively and literally, is NASA. I'm grateful that NASA has allowed me to be part of this incredible group of people, of this crew, and for letting me fly. But we wouldn't be going anywhere without fuel, and the fuel that lets everything move is right here. Maya, Sarah, Marta, my extended family here in the crowd. You are the energy that feeds my soul. And your love is the spark that ignites every passion. Thank you. Grazie.
Grazie, Luca. I feel that.
I'll echo the amazing words of my colleagues. Wow. It is an honor and a blessing to be a part of such a stellar crew. I must also say thanks to our spouses and our families. Without their support and sacrifice, we would not be standing up here before you right now. To my wife, Rebecca, you're the love of my life, my rock, thank you. And it's the... It is their support of our families that's going to carry forward from today, when we start training very soon, carry us all the way to when we launch off Earth, until we are returned to them safely after splashdown back here on planet Earth. Would also like to thank the Astronaut Office leadership, Flight Operations Directorate, and the NASA Johnson Space Center leadership for the opportunity to represent the astronaut corps and every single person in NASA, ESA, our industry partners, our international partners, whose blood, sweat, and tears, okay, hopefully not blood, and very few tears, but their collective effort will lift all of us up on that SLS rocket when we hit launch day and carry us through the mission. We'd also like to thank NASA leadership and our ESA leadership for the opportunity to represent all of humanity from this spaceship Earth that we will carry forward into the Artemis, as we execute this Artemis mission, extending human spaceflight into the future and exploring the cosmos. Now, spaceflight is hard, and that's why the most important Artemis mission will always be the next Artemis mission, where we are doing flight tests on every single flight, incrementally determining the flight envelope, expanding it, proving out capabilities, and making the operational procedures that we have more and more precise. Because every single mission we will do after this will be more challenging and more complex. We are certainly humbled as a crew to be able to be your crew that executes this Artemis 3 mission in space, being that unifying link between the phenomenal Artemis 2 mission we just had 2 months ago and the Artemis 4 mission that will follow ours, where we will again be the first to land humans on another celestial body, that celestial body being our neighbor in the sky at night, the moon. Thank you.
In the words of the crew, wow. That was truly special. Thank you, Artemis 3 crew. Hearing from each of you has inspired everyone supporting this mission across the globe. We're all in. This mission is going to captivate the world and bring us Earth joy. Let's look ahead at what's in store for Artemis 3.
Oh boy, more overdriven music. It's overdriven now, not underdriven. Dude, this... Please. Alright, we can't play that because of the... In a world where Orion is piloted by a guy that flips a switch and a guy that uses a joystick, one rocket will come together with this crew to dock. It's time to dock. The sun rises. Andre, Frank, Luca, and Randy. 3 launches. Not from there. 3 launches, 1 mission, 4 crew members, and a lot of gumption. 2 dockings, and a partridge in a pear tree. That's footage from Artemis 2. This summer, 1 splashdown. We are going to Greece. NASA's Artemis 3 mission coming summer 2027 to a launch pad near you. All right.
Another wow.
Wow.
Artemis brings us together, uniting partners from around the world in pursuit of a common goal. With that spirit of global collaboration, I would now like to invite ESA Director General Josef Aschbacher back on stage for a few remarks.
Wow, what an atmosphere, what a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, days like this do not come often, when history is not something we remember, but something we are about to make. Just weeks ago, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, I had the privilege of witnessing the launch of Artemis 2. It was an unforgettable moment. Artemis 3 will be a different mission, but no less remarkable. Before anyone sets foot on the moon, someone has to make that possible. That responsibility now rests first and foremost with NASA, but also with the crew we are honoring today. The crew will test what has never been tested at this level. You will take a system of extraordinary complexity and make it work as one. In many ways, you are unlocking the lunar landing itself. And for us at ESA, there is real pride in knowing that alongside the NASA commander, a European astronaut will also be at the controls of this mission. ESA and NASA do more than cooperate. We build dreams and spacecraft together. The European service module carries Orion forward into orbit to the moon. Shared ambition made tangible in hardware. And on Artemis 3, our partnership is in the capsule as well. It's Luca, a test pilot by training with 2 missions to space, a commander of the International Space Station. He has seen spaceflight from every angle that matters. Colonel in the Italian Air Force, combat ready, qualified, highly decorated, a proud father of 2 daughters. And he has been tested. During a spacewalk early in his career, his helmet began to fill with water, a dangerous situation by any standard. He handled it with calm and clarity and brought himself back safely. That tells you more about an astronaut than any CV ever could. Luca is precise, composed, and determined. Yes, I'm sure he brings a touch of Italian ease to the cockpit.
Hey.
He is exactly the right person for this role, and he is ready. At ESA, we are ready as well. Our 23 member states are aligning to step up in exploration, because when you choose to be part of something as ambitious as Artemis, you contribute. That is what we do, what we will continue to do. But today is not about programs. It is about people, those who once went to the moon and those now preparing to return. To Jared, to NASA, to the United States of America, thank you for your leadership and thank you for your partnership. To the crew of Artemis 3, you carry something important for all of us. And to our ESA crew member, we could not have wished for a better pilot. Caro Luca, siamo orgogliosi di te. Buon volo. Thank you all.
Thank you, ESA Director General Aschbacher. Let's now take a look at some special messages recorded by Senator Ted Cruz, Chairman of the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and Representative.
Surely Chat will be civil and not say anything during this segment and just listen very professionally and politely, right? Right?
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
On being chosen for the Artemis 3 mission.
It's
a big damn deal. Following the extraordinary success of Artemis 2, America has entered a bold new era of space exploration and discovery. Under the leadership of Administrator Jared Isaacman, NASA is paving the way for humanity's return to the moon and beyond. As the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee, I've been proud to author or co-author nearly every major piece of space legislation in the last 14 years. I've led the fight to advance the NASA Authorization Act and secured landmark investments in the Working Families Tax Cut Act to ensure the future of Artemis is bright, robust, and enduring. Now this crew, each of you, will turn those investments into reality. At a time of growing competition with China in space, this mission will strengthen America's leadership, expand our economy, and help secure a lasting American lunar presence. When America commits to a mission, we lead and we succeed. You will make our nation proud. Thank you for your commitment to this great nation's space program, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
Hi, everybody. Congressman Brian Babin. Congratulations to the Artemis 3 crew. Following the successful mission of Artemis 2, your selection marks another historic milestone in America's return to deep space. Each Artemis mission builds upon the last one, and the mission ahead is a critical next step as we prepare to return humans to the lunar surface and lay the foundation for a sustained presence on the moon alongside our international partners. You're carrying forward a very proud tradition of exploration that stretches from Mercury on to Apollo and now to Artemis. Through your dedication, courage, and service, you will help open a new chapter in humanity's journey beyond Earth. As you begin preparing for this mission, please know that you have the support of the American people. We will be praying for your training, for your families, and for your success in the months ahead. I am deeply honored to play a small part in supporting America's space program. I'm very proud of each of you for answering the call to explore. May your mission inspire future generations to dream boldly, to dare greatly, and to carry the spirit of discovery farther than ever before. God bless you. Thank you.
The story of human space exploration continues to inspire, and the momentum carries forward as the spotlight turns to the remarkable crew assembled here today. Randy, Luca, Frank, and Andre, we have a special group of people who would like to share some words with each of you. Joining us now, we have some of the Artemis 2 crew. Please help me in welcoming Reed, Victor, and Christina.
Yeah, baby.
Comrade Randy, Luca, Frank, our backup, Andre, Douglas. So good to see your family out there. So good to see all the families. On behalf of myself, Christina, Victor, and we all know Jeremy wishes he was going to be here today, that he could be here. We just want to say how completely fired up we are for you. I hope you saw us down there cheering, screaming as loud as we could. And Randy, in your comments, I really loved when you said that you all are the link from 2 to the surface. And that really resonated with me. And you guys know, because you work in the office, we've been carrying these batons around for way too long. And so with that, the Artemis II crew, comrade, hands you the baton. You got the controls.
That's cool, man. That's super cool. Yeah. You have the controls, Randy. Let's go, baby.
I know all of us are very touched by the thoughtful symbolism of the passing of the baton. But I think now, after your mission, you're passing us something far greater. The world watched your mission. And over the course of those 10 days, we saw how you inspired people worldwide. You saw how something was ignited within people, it was ignited within all of us by watching your mission. While this may look like just a baton, right now it's in my hand, it feels like this big flaming, Olympic torch that you, Reed, Christina,
Hell
Victor,
yeah.
and Jeremy lit. And the world was entranced by its flame for the 10 days of the mission. We, the Artemis III crew, are honored to be able to carry this torch forward, to be able to execute our mission, to make that flame burn brighter and pass it on.
Anybody? 4x100 relay? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah? 4x4? If you ran 4x4, good for you. That's really difficult.
And be able to pass that flame on to the next crew that's out here. And so it is our distinct honor and privilege, and echoing the immortal words of Apollo 11's Michael Collins, to be carrying the fire through the next Artemis mission. Thank you.
I like Randy. Randy's all right. We like him. He's cool. So it's a baton that you use in track and field. If you're doing a relay race in track and field, like a 4x100 relay. So with a 4x100 relay, you have a team of 4, right? And they run, each one runs 100 meters. That's one lap around the track. And you have to hand the baton off to the next person. That's what go and stick means. Go means start running, and stick means complete their rendezvous proximity operation. Pass the stick on to the next guy. So, yeah, if you're wondering what the heck that metal tube is, it's a track and field baton. Or you could just say tube. This is a good crew. These are the right people for the job.
As you prepare to embark on this next giant leap, know we stand united, ready to support you at every turn with mission excellence, pushing the boundaries of what's possible for the benefit of all humanity. Let's give one final round of applause for our crew.
And hundreds. All right, guys, that's a good crew. Really, that's the right crew for the job, I think. Here, let me bring down all the different pages. So first of all, I want to talk about, the operations for this mission. This is the revised Artemis 3 is it's a really complicated mission. This is about as complicated as you're going to get for a low Earth orbit mission. By far and away, the most complicated low Earth orbit mission I think we've ever run, probably since the Hubble Space Telescope servicing. And honestly, this makes Hubble Space Telescope servicing look like an easy mission, which in fact it is very much not. You can tell they're all pilots by the size of their watches. You wear a giant watch as well. What kind? You got a Speedmaster or what?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No one has ever done a double docking. It has been done. Spoiled. Yes, it has been done. A Soyuz docked to Mir and moved stuff to the ISS. That's a double docking has been done. It's been done by Soyuz in the 90s. How many days will they stay on orbit? This is a 2-week mission. Jenny Gibbons is the lead Capcom. Kat, she's going to the moon. I'm pretty sure Jenny is, Jenny was the backup crew for Artemis 2, and she's on console. She said she's going to be on console for 3. Yeah, she's going to the moon. And Mir to Salyut. Yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. No, this is a 2-week mission, guys. I'm convinced Jenny's going to be out there. She's going to be on 4. But I don't know. Who knows? Stupid question. Why doesn't Luca have an ESA backup crew? In Artemis 2, there weren't 2 backups. I'm not sure. It was not ISS and Mir. Salyut to Mir, excuse me. Yeah. Who's counting? So double dockings have been done. So how this is going to work is the SLS is going to launch, right? And they're going to have a spacer where the upper stage should be because you're only going to low Earth orbit, right? And they're going to get into low Earth orbit and then rendezvous with a Blue Moon Mark II lander. Let me see if I can. They had renders when John Kouros is talking. Hold on. I have to go back a little bit. Here we go. So I'd also like to point out it's just a render, and I understand that's just a render. That's a medium Earth orbit. It's way too far away to be a low Earth orbit. I have a theory that this Orion it's not. They say it's going to go to Leo, but I'm thinking basically something like Polaris Dawn. We're probably talking about 1,000 nautical mile apogee, or about 1,600 kilometers up. If I had to guess, looking at this render, it's a render. It doesn't mean anything. I understand that. This is going to be on the higher echelon of low Earth orbit here. That's the Blue Moon Mark II lander. If you are looking at this right, it has the crew tank down the bottom. And the fuel lines go through the crew tank, and the crew tank is a toroidal shape. It's kind of, if you think like a bundt cake, like there's a big hole in the center of the crew module, and the fuel lines go through, and the fuel lines are up here. You have your reaction control systems up at the top, and then you have your descent thrusters in clusters down at the bottom. Sponsored by Domino's. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's kind of donut shaped. It's using a side-mounted IDSS, or NASA docking system, and something that's important to note, they have a cover for their docking port to prevent like lunar dust getting kicked up and going in the docking port, which is actually really smart. I'm a bit worried about them docking to yet to be proven architecture. Yeah, I mean, Jared, what do we... Guys, all right, dude, here, let me... Spacer on Artemis 3 so the launch tower fits. That's right, Blender Guy. Let me put it to you like this, guys. Fellas, I'll be the first one to tell you that if the landers are ready in 2027, I'll be very impressed. However, dude, this is a good day. This is a good day. We have a new crew. We have a new Artemis mission. And SLS is going to be ready, which... This is... I mean, when Apollo 8 flew, you could have made the same argument. And now I understand this is not the Apollo program. We're doing something. I wouldn't call it the Apollo program. look, the landers are going to be unproven. That's why you're doing this mission. And once again, I will say that this is a crazy freaking mission. This is a tough one, Jared. I mean, you know. This is tough, dude. I'd love to see more test flights beforehand. Yeah, I'm confident you'll get that with Starship, believe it or not. I'm not so sure about Blue Moon, considering the launch pad. But, you know, maybe launch it on a different rocket. I don't know. If the landers aren't ready, they better delay 3. I would say that for... Here, let me just go over the mission first, and then I'll tell you. Delay the mission until 2028. The landers don't have to be the highest fidelity, guys. You can do iterative here. So what is the big deal with Leo? You're testing with this mission. You're testing Artemis's the Orion capsule's docking capability, and the Orion capsule to be able to do complicated mission operations in space, i.e., docking from one lander and then docking to another. Right? There's no doubt in my mind that Orion can do that based off of what I saw from the Artemis 2 mission. I actually am not worried about that. The thing is that the landers don't need to be super high fidelity. Like, on both landers, both of them, only the RCS really needs to work. You don't need full propulsion. Now, on Starship, you're going to get full propulsion whether you like it or not. But like on Blue Moon, you can iterate here. You don't need to launch it fully fueled, right? It doesn't need to be fully fueled. It just needs enough propellant for the reaction control systems. That will retire a lot of risk for this mission. Once again, the landers don't need to be full fidelity. And I'll be 100% honest with you, I would want them to be, but time crunch. VC6L and or Falcon Heavy for Mark II. I think Vulcan could do it, JP. If the Blue Moon Mark II lander was not fully fueled, you could probably get away with it. That's what I mean. You know, I think Blue could have a Blue Moon Mark II low fidelity, like, you know how like the Artemis 1 Orion was a little bit different from the Artemis 2 Orion, right? They had more components, and the Artemis 3 one is going to have a docking port, etc., etc. I really think that you can do that. That to satisfy mission parameters, you don't need to really test your full propulsion systems here. That's for the uncrewed demos later, right? You know, so SpaceX doesn't necessarily need to test propellant aggregation to get a Starship HLS prototype up in space. They could just launch it and not refill it and then have Orion dock to it unfueled, which I think is a good idea. Or at least partially fueled with the tanks at pressure. That's going to buy down a little bit of risk. It's not going to buy down the most amount of risk, but it could. So you don't necessarily need to do propellant aggregation there. I have to go back and listen to what Jessica said again, but if they remove the legs, they could fit on Falcon Heavy. Yeah, you don't necessarily need it. That's an NDS right there. This is the NASA docking system, which is based on the International Docking System standards. Note that it has like shock absorbers and a soft capture mechanism. That is what this front one is what Orion's docking port looks like. This one up here. This is a passive NDS right here. It's not. The passive NDS is what's going to be on the landers. The passive NDS is that side docking port. Boom. And this is a test rig for, I think that's Johnson Space Center. There's their thruster. They're using pulse width modulation here. Take a look. Whoop, whoop. See that? It's pretty cool. Actually, wait a minute. Well, if it was using pulse width modulation, it wouldn't have stopped firing. What is that thing actually doing? I mean, it is pulsing the temperature here, but... Huh. I'm gonna have to read about that. Blue Moon Mark II is 7 meters in diameter. 7? I don't think so. I think isn't it 6? EJ, isn't this lander just a Mark 1 with a crew cabin slapped onto it? No. Mark 1 is a much smaller lander from what we understand. Don't. Yeah. So this is the mock-up at Johnson Space Center for Blue Moon Mark 2. So you can see that the docking hatch is over there. So the flight deck is kind of on the left side of the, I was going to say left side of the lander. I was going to say there's a landing leg in the center, but you're really looking over here and over there. So it's not that big of a deal. That thruster is doing stuff and things. Yeah, that thruster was those things up there. The one that they showed being tested. Actually, I don't know for sure. It might be those. I'd have to listen to it again. Hey, Drew, what's going on? How you doing? I'm just going to go outright and say it. Orion looks really, really strange with that docking attachment on the front. But, yeah, and they also mentioned that they're going to do a suit demo. So that means one of these things has a suit in it. Now, the interesting thing here is, well, both landers will have an airlock in them. That's not necessarily something you need for this mission, but if you're going to test the suit, it is. But only one of the landers needs the airlock. If I had to guess, it's probably Starship that's going to carry the airlock in the suit. But you could still test it with this as well. What does the Blue Moon lander leave behind on the moon? Nothing. It's a single stage, Gaius. Yeah, it's a single stage. It just goes up and down. It's reusable. You're up on 4 hours of sleep, stayed up playing Factorio. Oops. Yeah, that happens. Mark II is 16 meters tall and 7 meter wide. Oy. A chatter on Starbase Live gave a good reason against Falcon Heavy taking Blue Moon Mark 1. The cargo lander that can fit with a new fairing needs to be fed hydrogen fuel, from which Falcon Heavy does not use. Yeah, at face value, Turn, that seems right, but then you remember that Falcon Heavy is infinitely more, well, not infinitely, it's about doubly as powerful as New Glenn is. Not to disparage New Glenn. New Glenn has a single booster that you flip around and land on a ship. Falcon Heavy does not have that. Falcon Heavy has side boosters that separate and they RTLS, and then you expend the center core. So more of a Falcon Heavy is expendable than a Blue Origin New Glenn. Because of this, Falcon Heavy has way higher Delta V with this amount of payload. Expendable vehicles have more Delta V by definition. My guess is that if you put Blue Moon Mark 1, all right, if you put Blue Moon Mark 1 on Falcon Heavy, provided it will fit in the fairing and that it can handle the loads, which I'm pretty sure it can, you won't need to do that propellant aggregation because your mission profile can launch on a much higher energy transfer out to the moon, where boil off is not as you can mitigate boil off a lot better, because Falcon Heavy can throw that thing straight at the moon. With Blue Origin New Glenn, it has the gumption to kick it out there, right? But due to the Hydrolox upper stage being GS2 being way more efficient, right? Way more efficient with your propellant, but less thrust, right? Well, it's really not less thrust, but the stage is a lot bigger. Your TWR with a Falcon 9 upper stage with this thing on top of it is going to be pretty high, comparatively. Just because a Merlin vacuum engine makes about 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, about 1 meganewton. And the B3s that are the B3Us that are on a GS2 make about 700 to 800 kilonewton, and there's 2 of them. So it's about 1.6 meganewton, but you have a much bigger upper stage and you're using hydrogen. So you're very efficient. Your impulse is going to be higher, but the stage is way bigger. So with a Falcon Heavy, the short story is with Falcon Heavy, you don't need to worry. I don't think you need to worry about that because you can just send it straight to the freaking moon. You don't need to worry about it loitering. You have a much higher TWR than Glen Stage 2, believe it or not. You have much more energetic propellants, and because of that, you probably don't need to do that boiling top off thing. You probably don't need to do that propellant aggregation that Blue was planning on doing. Yeah, X-Wing Blue Gatorade if you have COVID. Spent the last week doing a lot of nothing. I'm sorry, man. That stinks. Yeah, shorter mission duration. Falcon Heavy can just send it. Yep. That's a good point that people in the Starbase live chat came up with. That's a very good point. But yeah, you don't need to do that with Mark 1. Mark 2 is way bigger. How's that offset center of gravity from the side docking port going to impact the TLI burn? Probably won't, Nader. It's most likely balanced with another component on the other side. Like you have the docking port on one side, you probably have your avionics on the other. That's how the LEM did it. The LEM is completely asymmetric, but fun fact, it's not perfectly aligned. They couldn't get it perfectly balanced. It has to fire the RCS on ascent because the ascent motor on the ascent module, it couldn't tilt to point exactly through the center of gravity. The LEM needed to fire its RCS. It's actually asymmetric, but you can balance it with other components. Part of the reason why the LEM is so damn asymmetric is one side of it is freaking computer. The whole backside of the dang LEM is computer, which, I mean, nowadays you don't necessarily need to worry about. Yeah, the LEM, once again, just calling into, just bringing it up as a matter of fact, that just goes to show you how absolutely insane the Apollo missions actually are. Yeah, the whole backside of this thing is freaking computer. And then think about all the wires that you need to run up to your control desks, your flight deck up here. And on top of that, guys, the whole damn thing is an airlock. You can depress the whole capsule. Or depress the entire spacecraft. The LEM is truly a work of art, man. That thing is, I'm frankly shocked and amazed we cooked this thing up in a couple of years. Because it's no joke. The LEM is a really, really amazing piece of technology. Even by today's standards, dudes. It's pretty damn good. The Ascent engine cover is also a seat. Yeah. That's right. So, yeah, right here. Your Ascent motor is basically right in this spot right here. Yeah, and it's all asymmetric. It needed the RCS to fire it to stay straight. Yeah, that's how you sleep on the moon. I've talked to guys that have slept in those hammocks on the moon. Pretty good stuff. And then I asked, how the heck did you sleep? And I believe the answer I got was, it's exhausting. So I actually did get some good sleep. Charlie Duke told me he got some good sleep on the moon because your brain's on sensory overload during a landing. So I was like, I'd be looking out the window the whole time. He's like, yeah, I wanted to, but my body said no, and I fell asleep. Pretty sure that's what he said. Like, I'm paraphrasing there. That's not verbatim, but yeah. Yeah, weather guy, that makes perfect sense, dude. Yeah. I mean, my brain would just be like, window! Look, there's a rock! And there's another one! Did you see that? Look at that rock! Like, this is so glad Robbie hooked this up, man. This is awesome! This is awesome! Isn't this great, man? I love the moon! You know, like... It's true. But yeah, here. The training articles here, the pictures from all the different LEMs, there's a good one that shows the back of it. The back of it naked. There it is. Look at all that. Look at all that fun. Oh, I'm sure that's real good. Yeah, Lyric, I wouldn't be able to stop looking out the window. But yeah. So Nader, they'll probably balance it out. Avionics, that would be that's the immediate thing that pops into my head with their lander design. That guy also looks like Mulder, which is let's see. Let's see if they ever show the back side of it. No. I meant with Orion docked, but I thought they were doing Earth orbit rendezvous, not lunar, so my question is kind of moot. No, I do not believe they're doing EOR with this. They're going to rendezvous with this thing out in lunar, if I'm understanding it right. I believe SpaceX is the one that's going to do... The SpaceX ConOp is going to do... They're looking into doing a low Earth orbit rendezvous and then having Starship, after propellant has been aggregated, to do a translunar injection burn, which is... Thank you. The docking port's in an interesting spot. Where else are you going to put it? I wouldn't want to put it facing downward because of Apollo 15. You land on a hill, you could bump the docking port, and you're not gonna put it up here because then you need a crew access tunnel that's going to go through your fuel tanks. This isn't the worst design, to be honest with you guys. It's not a bad design. It's just yeah, I don't necessarily mind it. Yeah, see, Nader, it doesn't... There is a hump back there if you look. See, there's something over there in the renders, but it's just a render. Also, the radiators are on the back side. See? Radiators are on one side to balance. You can shift components around. You have a lot... there's a lot of... The docking port is not that far off from your long axis here, right? So it should be fairly easy to balance that component. Grow the beard back and you will not sneeze. No, I don't want to. Crew at the bottom and fuel at the top is weirding me out. Not that it doesn't make obvious sense. Paracron, I'm kind of with you on that one, dude. Why does it make the window so small? Stop windowing so small. What are you doing? Also, let me just deboost the damn audio. What is that picture? Okay. Part of me is like, hey, you know, it's the 21st century, we need a new design. But then again, part of me is also like, maybe we should do what we know works, at least in the interim, because you know it works, because... You know, I'm not saying build another LEM, build an exact copy. That would be a waste of time. I'm saying build something with the more conventional like fuel tank below you, you know, people up top thing. Actually, if it was me, guys, and I wanted, like I was a company that was going to build this, what I really would be doing is working on a descent module system. This is what I'd be working on first. And then I would be positioning our descent module system basically in probably 6 to 10 tons for the lunar surface. 6 to 10 tons should be more than enough for an ascent component here. Yeah, I would be very much working on the descent modules. That's what I would do first. Because that's what the Apollo program did first, because they knew what they were doing. It wasn't really concerned about the port. That's easy to balance. I was thinking EOR with Orion stuck. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah. It's not... Yeah, that's not going to happen. It'll spin it out of control. Yes, let's build another interim solution that will never actually be interim. We can call it the interim cryogenic lander stage. No, I would be using hypergulls, Hellfish. I'd be using hypergulls. I want mine to actually land. Once again, I don't really understand why we've chosen to do something completely different, but, you know. Have we heard anything from Dynetics, the Leidos company? No. I'm not sure what happened to Dynetics. We haven't heard anything since they didn't get the contract. Just build the reusable LEM for all mankind. Well, Lyric, what I would do from here, right, with this descent module is initial versions would be expendable and maybe a two-stage. Well, I'm not going to say a two-stage solution. I would probably use this to land cargo on the moon to get some good understanding, and then, you know, land one with a mass simulator on top and have it take off again. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why nobody just hasn't like done that for the proposed lunar architecture. I mean, I think it's mostly because of NASA's stakeholder expectations. They don't want hypergalls because it's not sustainable. But you know, you can say that, oh, we don't want hypergalls till we're blue in the face, and then yet we're in a position here where we're ready to go back to the moon, but we have no landers. I don't know, just putting it out there. But yeah, I'm not harping on the designs. I don't think Starship HLS nor Blue Moon Mark II, I think they're fine. Blue Moon Mark II it's definitely a good design. Like, I really think this will work. This is really, they thought about it. They put some good thought into this thing. That's Blue Moon Mark I. Yeah, that's it doing vacuum testing. See the big vacuum test chamber over here? Yeah, Jared, it's interesting. Okay, so I wanted to get to what Jess was saying over here, and I want to hear this again, just to be sure. I don't know, Aitor. I'll answer that in a second.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Jensen, and on behalf of SpaceX, I want to first say early congratulations to the astronauts who will get to fly on this awesome mission next year. And thank you for the critical role you're about to play in pushing humanity forward. I also want to say that SpaceX is incredibly honored, as always, to continue to be a part of NASA's most critical missions as we all work together to establish a permanent human presence on the moon. I'm here today to give an update on Starship's development towards Artemis 3 and Artemis 4. We've made substantial progress towards developing Starship and preparing for the NASA HLS missions. We just flew our 12th flight test and successfully debuted version 3, or V3, of the Starship and Super Heavy booster, along with the new Raptor 3 engines and a new launch pad, all of which were developed through years of ground and flight testing. We are currently building several ships and boosters in parallel at Starbase, and we are actively building out 3 more Starship launch pads in Florida and Texas. We believe this, combined with full reusability, is going to lead to unprecedented launch rates and achieving aircraft-like operations, which has always been our goal. The V3 design of Starship is planned to be the vehicle for propellant transfer, our uncrewed missions to the moon, and for the HLS crewed lunar landing. Our HLS design and operations leverage years of proven experience from our NASA crew and cargo missions to the space station, from our high flight rate on Falcon 9, which is currently once every 2.5 days, and from reusability of Falcon fairings and boosters. Additionally, the docking hardware we're using for HLS is nearly identical to what we use currently on Dragon, and many of the rendezvous and proximity sensors that we're going to use for prop transfer and HLS have been flying on Dragon missions for many years. We're also actively building our...
Can I hear that one more time?
And proximity sensors that we're going to use for prop transfer and HLS have been flying on Dragon missions for many years.
She's talking about the docking system. I thought she was talking about propellant aggregation. I'm like, Dragon don't transfer fuel, not that I know of, but yeah.
We're also actively building our first flight fidelity Starship HLS cabin at Starbase. The primary structure is assembled and prepared to be outfitted with key functional systems like avionics, power, life support systems, and more to come in the next few months.
Can you show us, Jess? Or Ryan's in the chat, Matt. He already said. I do believe Ryan said something along the lines of, well, SpaceX admitted they aren't ready for this mission at all, and Blue isn't either. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. Yeah, he tipped some bits about half an hour ago. He tipped 500 bits, and that's what he said. I mean, you're not wrong.
Later this year, we are targeting our in-space ship-to-ship
Yes,
propellant
Aitor.
transfer demonstration. This is a core technology that will enable Starship to land humans and massive amounts of cargo on the moon. Then next year, we'll support Artemis 3 and the planned rendezvous and docking with Orion in low Earth orbit. For that mission, we're going to be using a V3 vehicle off the line with an added docking adapter.
I would like to point out, dudes, that see what you see right there? They don't have to do that. They don't have to prove that that works to get an HLS prototype up there for testing with Orion. The type of rendezvous proximity operations systems that HLS is going to use with Orion is not that. It's totally different. And Orion can do a manual dock as well. On top of, I mean, you could automatically dock stuff too, I'm pretty sure. Primary HLS structure is built, so she is inside, so we just need to figure out what it is. This is called descoping because you're behind on the deadline. What do you think? Starlinks around the moon first or humans? Humans have already been around the moon, Blackness. Like 2 months ago. I know that's not what you're asking. I just wanted to say it anyway to remind everybody that we did that. I'm just saying, man. Like I'm just saying, bro. Like I'm not trying to be me. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just want to. I literally just kind of used that comment to remind everybody that we went to the moon like two months ago. Like, sorry, I know I shouldn't do that. But to answer your question in context. I would say humans before Starlinks, but who knows?
We are also marching towards our V3 Starship uncrewed lunar landing. This is another HLS milestone that will further demonstrate propellant aggregation in space and also a safe and autonomous landing on the surface of the moon. Then looking ahead to Artemis 4, we're continuing to develop all the crewed systems and certification necessary for the safe landing and return of astronauts to Orion. We have an updated plan with NASA that includes docking Starship with Orion in Earth orbit instead of NRHO, and then we use Starship to actually do the translunar injection with Orion attached. Then
Hey, I wanted to hear this one more time, sorry.
And with NASA that includes docking Starship with Orion in Earth orbit instead of NRHO, and then we use Starship to actually do the translunar injection with Orion attached. Then it will send them both to low lunar orbit before the landing. This approach...
I don't know about that, man. You're going to need to really reinforce the NDS to do that. Imagine when this falls over. Fist fire, everybody's like, oh, it's too tall, it's too tall. Guys, I would put its center of mass, the center of gravity on this thing is probably somewhere over here. Probably down there. Now, why do you say that? Well, most of this is just empty space. The docking port is up at the top, Nader, by the way. Most of this is just empty space. Yeah. It's just empty. Because it's just a crew cabin. And then see here, because these are fuel tanks, most of that is empty space too. It's mostly gases and propellants, and all gases up here. The propellants do carry a good amount of mass for sure, and they will push it forward. But this whole design with your landing legs and your 6 Raptor engines down at the bottom, you know, with the 3 vac and 3 sea level, right? That puts most of your mass down here. In fact, to the point where this has probably a horrible rearward center of mass bias, It's heavy. Well, not heavy. Weight has nothing to do with it because we're talking about gravity on other planets. Technically, it's 1/6 the weight. But the engines have a lot more moment in this design than you might think, meaning the center of gravity is down here somewhere. The landing legs are honestly the dead giveaway. If I had to guess, you look at the landing leg and you line the angle up to the center axis of the vehicle, that more or less is where your center of mass is. That would be my guess, right in this area here. Now, does that mean that this is not susceptible to tipping over? No, hell no. Yeah, it's still a very tall thing, and you still do have a lot of moment up here. Now, just because your center of mass is down here doesn't mean that you have a potentially high mass component up here that can have a lot of leverage over your center of mass. This is the trade-off here, right? If your center of gravity is down here and you have a docking port that weighs 1,000 kilos, that docking port will have more what's called moment of inertia than if it was like right here. Distance from the center of mass of a component to the center of mass relative to the entire vehicle can cause more moment control. So even though the center of gravity is down here, that doesn't mean that if you're on a hill or something that you wouldn't be susceptible to tipping. I'm not saying it's not susceptible to it. It definitely is, and you're going to have to be pretty careful. SpaceX is going to have to engineer one hell of a landing solution here to get this thing to land on flat ground. Because it really does need to land on flat ground. Personally, my solution here is just build a bigger landing leg. Honestly, just a bigger landing leg. Just make the landing legs up here and have the stance like out here somewhere. Well, what do you have to worry about, mass? You refuel on orbit, who cares? They're using Raptor engines for the landing? No. Starship HLS has some type of low thrust control system, low thrust radial control system up here. Those are the landing engines. It's going to be on Raptors basically a little ways off the surface, and then it's going to switch over to those landing engines up there and then land. It's going to look very strange. Do we know what number starships are under construction right now? I've seen up to Starship 42. I don't know why you think the NDS is the problem for pushing Orion. Your math is like the Raptors are pushing on the port. That's not true. Only a fraction of that force is pushing Orion. Most of it will push Starship's mass. Are you forgetting that Orion is 25 metric tons? And if your Raptor engines are pushing on that docking port, that 25 tons of force is pushing down on that docking port with equal and opposite force? No? No? I mean, Liv, I see what you're saying. In the TWR, like, you'd have to really keep your thrust to weight ratio low with this. Honestly, translunar injection burn, your TLI burn, I don't think firing all 6 engines all at once is wise. If you're going to do a translunar injection, you'd have to slowly ramp it up. So you'd have to fire 3 engines first and then activate 3 more. There's no other real way to do that. And then you could avoid shock load on your docking port. Once again, I suppose if we're going to explore this idea even more, it's not necessarily about, what's the right word to say it? What's the way to say this? It's not necessarily about the acceleration and the amount of force that gets pushed on it mid-burn. I'm sure you could load up an NDS with a lot of force over time before it really starts to have problems. It's more about the shock load. You're going to fire the engines, right? And even if you turn on 3 Raptors right away, or let's say you just do, say you fire one of the center engines, right? And you have the center engine pointed through your center of mass. And like, let's say this is Starship and this is Orion, right? and you kind of fly through space like that with the Raptor engine pointing through COM, which I'm not even sure it's going to be able to do. It might. You could probably handle it. It could probably handle it that way because your TWR is going to be so low. But then again, now you're dragging 5 other engines, so you'd have to like stagger your ignition, like 1 engine to 2 engine to 3 engine, which Starship can do. I mean, we've seen that from the landing burns. It's technically doable. And then, but you're not going to be able to do it with the vacuum Raptor engine. So at some point, Livern, you're going to have to endure an extra, what is it, 7,200 kilonewtons of additional thrust being added all at once. Starting out, the flip side of that is that Starship is big, and even with 6 engines, your thrust to weight ratio is not going to be too incredibly high. But the NDS is not designed to really, it's not designed to take a lot of force like that. It can, but it's really designed for a more low thrust application. If you really want to, like, it's possible. But the flip side of that, dude, if we're going to talk it out, is that NASA wouldn't be discussing it if they didn't think it could be done. But the flip side of that is that they also said you could put a Centaur 5 on top of SLS, which I think is hilarious, which is patently false. So who knows? This was spotted at Starbase, might be where the docking adapter is going. Raptors are throttleable. Can they start at minimum throttle to help with shock loads? Nader, with a rocket engine, you generally don't want to ignite with a metered fuel load, or metered with you don't want to start it at 40%. So Raptor turns on and then immediately ramps back the throttle. You really want to get a good ignition here. Starting at 40%, starting in a deep throttle configuration is asking for a hard start and an explosion. Even with Raptor, dude. I wouldn't trust the render for the final design. So similar to what Starship does for hot staging, but maybe slower. Yeah. I mean, I'd have to look. Can I, you know what? While we're here, let's discuss this. Like, let's look. No, it wouldn't be there. Ooh, tractor. Let's go flight 12. Let me look at something. It's SpaceX. Hang on, I'm just gonna post that to social media. Where is the Starship mission? Starlink. Tell me they like pinned it or something. Is it pinned? No, Dan's AI interview with Elon is pinned right now. Okay. Okay, here we go. Ballpark here. Let me just kind of see what type of thrust to weight ratio we're talking about here during staging. I'm gonna get the full cast up just because. Here it is. Boom. Boom. Bam. All right, so the key here is to watch the speed increase here. We should be able to discern a relative TWR from there. Okay.
We're through Miko.
The telemetry is not exactly synced up with what's happening on here. It's about a 5-second delay, so just
Each separation.
Now, the reason why I chose this particular spot, oh, that was right before it blew up. The reason why I chose this particular spot is because this is going to give us more or less a good understanding of what Starship fully fueled with payload, in this particular case with an Orion attached to the front, what the TWR is going to be, because, you know, in this concept of operations that SpaceX is using where Starship pushes Orion out to translunar injection, yeah, you can kind of see what the TWR is going to look like, because this is the Starship.
Successful hot staging separation. We are not seeing.
Yeah, that's not incredibly high thrust to weight ratio, to be honest with you. I would say that's like maybe 0.8, 0.7 TWR based on how that speed is going up. Larry, what's up? Have we seen them fire those smaller landing engines for HLS? No. We haven't seen it. It doesn't mean it's not going on. Can they simply put spacer blocks or something to take the load? Lava, actually, now that I'm looking at this, it's fine. It's really okay. Let me, I just want to see how quickly the acceleration comes on here. Well, these numbers aren't synced with the picture, so hold on. You forgot to answer. I didn't. There's just a lot of you.
Discovery,
Be patient
go
with
and
me,
throttle up.
please. For an HLS uncrewed landing test, do you think they'll have something akin to the Lycia cube, light Italian CubeSat for imaging of asteroids to eject to photograph the potential explosion? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe, Yava. Now suddenly Earth is a terrible place for solar. Look, a 22-month resub. Thank you. I just want to watch this right here. So that right there is with all right, what's that number? You know what's bananas here? Even during most engine cutoff, before the engines ignite, right? Can we scrub with this like you can on YouTube? You can't, because next video player is caca. Like, check this out. Even right here in this moment, the moment, like momentary hot staging, 5765, you have 5 Raptors going on that stage down there, and you're still, you're not decelerating, you're not inducing a grav loss here, which is pretty crazy to me. Even so, like in the moment where you have 33 engines shut down to 5, you're not accelerating, but you're not decelerating either, which is actually pretty damn impressive. All right, let me just look to get an acceleration here. Let's check, right? 5,900, 237. So that means we accelerated in 5 seconds. 37 to 43, that's 6 seconds. In 6 seconds, we accelerated 100 kilometers an hour. So give me one sec. I'm just trying to get the TWR. So that means we accelerate 16.66 kilometers an hour per second, because it's an acceleration. check something. Four point six meters a second per second. Yeah, that's like 0.5. But it's 0.5 TWR, almost on the dot, actually. Yeah, that's not bad. No, yeah, no, they can do that. When it's fully fueled. It's like, once again, fellas, I'm worried about the shock load on the docking port. Meaning you fire all the engines at once, you're basically bumping the docking port. Yeah, you don't have, that's 0.5 TWR right here. I guessed like 0.7. Even that is pretty low. That was actually an overestimate. Sorry, I was AFK. I didn't hear you if you replied to this or not. I don't want to send it again. We have not seen them fire the smaller landing engines. Redbeard, are you correct? I don't know. Other than renders and a painted nose cone, I'm pretty sure we've seen absolutely nothing that's confirmed to be HLS. What I don't understand is why people say, oh, we've seen none of HLS when Blue Origin has a mock-up of their Blue Moon Mark II lander, and they're like, oh, well, they got hardware. No, they don't. Both of these landers are woefully unequipped for a launch at this time next year. Or at this time for a launch next year. Guys, we'll see stuff. Remember, Artemis 3 is in late 2027. Okay? We got... you got 18 months. 18 months. Look, you guys are going to think I'm nuts, but 18 months is enough time to get this done. Starship really, I think that SpaceX is waiting on showing what they have with HLS because none of that matters if you can't get a Starship into orbit and prove the up-down capability of the entire Starship system. We'll probably get more on HLS when we have after a ship catch, if I had to guess, which could be as a ship catch could be as early as probably flight 14 or 15. I'd say 15 if we're just going to be incremental in how this works, because flight 13 is going to have to be a repeat of flight 12 because they didn't achieve all test objectives on flight 12. Because of that leak with the vacuum Raptor engine during ascent, you did not do your Raptor relight demo on orbit, so they're going to have to do it again. That is relighting a cryogenic engine for deorbit is a big milestone, not only for SpaceX, but in just spaceflight in general. No one's ever done that with, like, in a vehicle with people on board. The shuttle didn't do that. The shuttle used hypergolic propellants for deorbit. That's most human-rated spacecraft do that to deorbit. They use storable propellants for deorbiting, not cryogenic. So it is a big deal. SpaceX does need to prove that out. I wasn't trying to imply anything about Blue. I was responding to somebody in Twitch chat. Well, yeah, I know. I read the conversation. Yeah, guys, look, I would say that neither of these companies are near a lander, but if SpaceX can do flight 14 or flight 15 by the end of the year, which is just 3 more flights, I'd say we're going to start getting HLS stuff then. Now, Blue, I'm not 100% sure, but if I was Blue, I would just keep going with my lander program, and then, you know, maybe you launch it on something else. Hey, Alexis. If anything, I think the SpaceX Artemis 3 plan is more realistic than Blue. I would just want to listen to just everything that Jess said one more time. Let me just go back and...
on autonomous landing on the surface of the moon. Then looking ahead to Artemis 4, we're continuing to develop all the crewed systems and certification necessary for the safe landing and return of astronauts to Orion. We have an updated plan with NASA that includes docking Starship with Orion in Earth orbit instead of NRHO, and then we use Starship to actually do the translunar injection with Orion attached. Then it will send them both to low lunar orbit before the landing. This approach improves crew safety by first conducting the critical docking event in Earth orbit, just like we're going to practice in Artemis 3. And the crew can also abort off the lunar surface nearly any time versus waiting up to days from NRHO. In addition to improving crew safety, these...
Frankly, I like that. I thought that keeping your Avenue home in a rectilinear halo orbit is a very big safety no-no. Because there are times when you're in a rectilinear halo orbit, the orbital period is 9 days, meaning it takes 9 days to do one orbit. Meaning that if something goes wrong on the surface and you need to bug out, you have to wait 9 days at most, which I thought was that is an insanely stupid thing to do. It's a terrible concept of operations. That's been my biggest problem with Gateway. Now, in the past, what really needs to be done is Orion needs a better service module, so Orion could get to low lunar by itself. But if it's attached to that thing, it's really not a big deal. I like this architecture. This is way safer. Way safer design. Way safer, not designed. It's way safer in your mission operations. Because Orion being in low lunar is not going to be very far away. Instead of 9 day orbital period, you probably have every couple of hours to be able to get home, which is much easier. Can the Dragon boosting the ISS be a good test of what loads the NDS can handle? It's more about the shock load, Rarest, not overall point load. I wouldn't say that's a good thing. That's a good test in this regard.
New Artemis 4 orbits also significantly lower the amount of propellant Starship needs to aggregate in space, since we now just have a more direct route to the moon. And this lowers schedule risk overall. We're incredibly...
Did you hear that? I'll play it one more time, just so you can hear it. Listen.
Lower the amount of propellant Starship needs to aggregate in space, since we now just have a more direct route to the moon. And this lowers schedule risk overall.
What does Jess mean? Well, I had a thing, a kind of little EJ theory craft in my mind a little while ago about what Starship could do if your payload capacity to orbit is 100 tons. If you have 100-ton payload capacity, guys, now listen to this for a second. If you have 100-ton payload capacity with Starship, you could put a lander. Say you took the Apollo LEM and remade it 1-to-1, 100% working, perfect representation. It works exactly like the other landers do. The 6 that we used to land on the moon, right? That's 16 tons. If you give Starship like a payload bay, like the space shuttle, and you put a LEM inside of Starship in this kind of, theory craft here, right? Starship would not need to do propellant aggregation to be able to get a LEM into low lunar orbit. It could just do it. You could basically fly straight to the moon with a lander in the payload bay, deploy the lander down to the surface, back up. Where the Delta V really kind of falls off here is trying to get that Starship back home. Now, keep in mind, this is not a Starship HLS. I'm just giving you some primer here. This would just be a regular Starship with a payload bay. So you can move 16 tons of lander out to the moon, and yeah, from there the Delta V is close. If you optimized your trajectory a lot, you could probably get it home. It might not be able to break lunar gravity at that point, but that's another story. The point that I'm trying to get at here is that what Jess just said is that they do not need to do as much propellant aggregation here if Starship is doing the translunar injection with Orion by itself. The reason why is because you have a shorter mission duration. Not necessarily for the Delta V reasons that I just told you about, but Starship doesn't have to sit and wait around for an Orion to get there in this design. It doesn't have to sit there and wait. You can just wait until Starship HLS is fully fueled to launch the SLS. Your launch window is not going to be nearly as complicated when you're trying to rendezvous in low Earth orbit, obviously. You just need to match the orbital plane with your launch site's north or south latitude, which affords you a lot more flight options than, say, the blackout periods that we got with SLS during Artemis 2. It could only launch at certain times during the month, right? Why not send a depot out to refuel in low lunar? Spoiled, I firmly believe that SpaceX will do that in the future. What does that mean in numbers? How many launches are we talking now? So this is where I'm kind of getting at, J-Speed. She said they don't need to do as much propellant aggregation here. If you do this, expend Starship and get a LEO payload to 150 to 200 tons. They already expended 12. Heck, add a third hypergol stage to do the transfer and lunar capture. Com, that's not a bad idea. Honestly, I really think that we are trying to get to using cryogenic propellants in lunar landing applications a little bit hasty, and we're paying for it because our landers aren't ready. If we had... Let me put it to you like this, guys. Rewind to 2019, okay? If Jim Bridenstine had just, instead of offering a commercial lander, right? If we had just gone with a 2-stage hypergol lander, right? If we just gone with that at that particular point in time, we would have a lander ready by now. There would be a lander ready. The problem with that is that we wouldn't really have a way to get it to the moon without the EUS, but that's fine. If we had just done that, the lander would have been ready right now. Even if it was using the HLS program and the SLD program's budget, there's no way that is not enough money to build the lander. I mean, the HLS program's budget was to the tune of $2.4 billion, right? And then SLD is also up there. So that means $4 billion aggregated over, 6 years. Yeah, you could build a hypergolic lander for that much. Easily, actually. Jim didn't have the budget at the time. That's bull crap. So anyway, back to the Starship thing. Let's think about HLS. Jess just said they don't need as much propellant aggregation. So sorry if I missed it, but will the astronauts be entering Starship once docked? Yes, and they'll probably be testing a suit as well. So if I'm thinking about this right, guys, so Jess said that they won't have to do as much propellant aggregation. Let's okay. How much do you think let me find a picture of HLS, the picture that she showed. All right, here we go. All right. You guys give me a rough estimate. What do we think Starship's mass is from about here up? The mass of the HLS crew compartment. So we have the elevator that goes down, right? Obviously. You have the elevator that goes down. You have your airlock behind that. You have crew sleeping quarters, crew control desks, avionics, etc., etc. You have the docking port up at the top. You have a pressure vessel inside, right? There's a PV inside of this, I think. At least that's how I would do that, but who knows? How much do we think all those components, all the masses? About 25 tons? I'm seeing 15 to 30, 25, 15 to 25, 60. All right, let's say that's 25 tons. Let's think about this for a second. So now Orion is 25 tons on top of that. So let's just say we have 50 tons of HLS module, landing engine, and Orion attached to it. Starship will need to get topped off to get to low lunar, unlike it. Yeah. Wiki says, all right, what do you got? Hang on, a lot of reposts. Give me 1 second. Less propellant aggregation means less refueling flights. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Spoiled. Yes. If they put a depot in low lunar, would it be actively cooled to prevent boil off? Would solar even give enough power for that? Maybe a small fission reactor. I mean, Nader, considering that SpaceX is... So consider this. SpaceX's first AI satellite, the AI-1 sat bus, has 150 kilowatt power generation capability. 150 kilowatts enough to keep... Dude, that is enough to just keep your propellants from boiling off by just duct taping a refrigerator to the side of your ship. Think about it like that, dude. So to answer your question, yes, you can SpaceX can generate enough power. Do they need a fission reactor? No, they can do it with solar. Now, flip side of that is that if you're going further out into the solar system, solar is going to be a problem. Because you're further away from the sun. Straight up. Elon told Tim Dodd that stage 2 was about 120 tons dry, hoping to get that under 100. Okay, Lava Eagle, wiki numbers say that a fully fueled Starship with a 16-ton lander gives 10.5 kilometers a second delta V. With 100 tons, it's down to 9 kilometers a second. Of course, part of that, so about 7 to 8 would be to get to orbit, so it doesn't look too good. I made a Blue Moon Mark II for Artemis 3 and Kerbal if you want to check it out. It's in the KSP Discord. You guys really don't want me to crunch these numbers, huh? Let me see. Hey, that looks great. That looks really good. Good job. That's cool, Zelia. That's nice. They could do a tap off to use some of the ullage gas to run a generator for power. I mean, I don't think you need to do that if you can generate 150 kilowatt, dude. Yeah, Dave, that's what I'm saying, man. Hi, by the way. Haven't seen you in a little bit. Yes, but then you're just making an HLS at that point, so why make the distinction here? Yeah, no, we're just theory crafting right now, Boo. I'm just trying to get this right in my head. Because Jess just said that they don't need as many...
Discovery, go at throttle.
You don't need as much propellant aggregation. So we had theorized before that to get an HLS ready to go, that's about 16 Starship flights, right? To get the thing fully fueled. We know that the ship is around 120 dry. HLS probably is about that. You know, I don't know what Starship's wet mass is, like meaning what is the mass of it when it's a full tank of gas. Those numbers were assuming 130 ton dry mass for V3 and 2,300 tons of fuel. Well, there's the answer. Hey, Hired, what's going on? HLS just relying on battery. Does it have some form of generator like solar or a fuel cell? It's probably going to have solar, Nader. 130 tons dry mass for V3 and 2,300 tons of fuel. Lava, do you think it'd be safe to say that Starship HLS is roughly pushing on dry mass because you're swapping out your flappy The flappy bits and the tiles for landing legs and a crew tank. Would that be a fair assumption? That HLS is more or less the same dry mass as a regular starship that's designed to go up and come down? Starship wet is 1,650 tons. Drew, I'm not trying to say that you're wrong. I believe you. Where did you, like, I'm wondering how you know that. Like, where'd you get that info from? Just for my own sanity, because I don't want to go talking about that and people are like, where'd you get that, you know? Dave, you're moving to Florida next year. You're going to build some houses down there. Good man, dude. A lot of money to be made. Okay. Oh, wait, I'm done. 2,300 tons is V4. I'll do the numbers again. Oh, yeah, okay, Drew. I see where you got it. It's from the slide. All right, I get it. I mean, the math checks out there. Starships can do 100 tons, right? You could do 100 tons of fuel per flight, 16 flights. That's why we theorize 16, because it's 1,600 ton mass, right? Like 1,600 ton, is that the full mass? Hold on, let me just check that slide one more time. Prop load is 1,600. Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's where I'm thinking, dudes. Like, at the very least, it's one flight. It's at least one tanking flight less, guys. At the very least, the Starship, 100-ton payload capacity. You're nowhere near that 100 tons of payload. You took the fins, you took the flappy things off for HLS, and you replaced it with landing engines and a crew tank and landing legs. So, assuming that Starship HLS pushes on dry mass, that would tell me that we have at least 100 tons of extra fuel in this design. Now, couple that with boiling off, I'd say they could at least knock maybe 1 to 2 refueling flights off, maybe 3 if you really, really optimized your trajectory. Right now, with 16 tons payload, Delta V is 9.3 kilometers a second. With 100 tons, it's 7.7 kilometers a second. Not great. It's not a lot, Lava. You'd be able to knock off like maybe 1 or 2 refueling flights. I'd say 3 if you're very, very good at managing propellants on board. Would that be a fair assumption? So, basically what I'm trying to do is fact check Jessica. She said they don't need to do as much propellant aggregation, and that's right. That's correct. With this, your propellant. The reason why I say it's 2, maybe 3, is because you're gonna get 2 flights right out of the box, just because Starship is a monster with that 100-ton payload capacity, and then you might be able to just lower it down to like maybe 13 refueling flights or refilling flights because of the much smaller loiter time comparatively to like going to Gateway and then waiting there. Yeah, that's okay, cool. That's good to know. All right, I want to listen more if you don't mind.
Improves crew safety by first conducting the critical docking event in Earth orbit, just like we're going to practice in Artemis 3. And the crew can also abort off the lunar surface nearly any time versus waiting up to days from NRHO. In addition to improving crew safety, these new Artemis 4...
Astro95 with the $20 super chat over in YouTube. This is going to be an epic flight. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, you're welcome. My pleasure.
Orbits also significantly lower the amount of propellant Starship needs to aggregate in space.
She says significantly lower, but I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that 300 tons worth of refilling is an insignificant number, but that's an interesting choice of words when you need 1,300 tons of propellant to do it.
Since we now just have a more direct route to the moon, and this lowers schedule risk overall. We're incredibly excited to help return humans to the moon once again, and this time to stay. Thank you.
Interesting.
And now I will turn it over to Dr. Nikki Fox, head of NASA Science.
Okay. Are we happy about crew selection? Yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry, guys. I'm kind of doing this in order. This is kind of ended up being like an extended breakdown of mission architectures and stuff. That's where I decided to start because that's where NASA started. Is there any substantial difference in delta V for a lunar polar versus equatorial orbit? I mean, not really. No. It would... Yeah, no, not really. You would have to change... If you want to insert into polar around the moon, so you want your translunar injection to overfly the north pole of the moon and then do your braking burn on the far side of the moon going from south to north or north to south over the lunar equatorial plane. Yes, those were words. All right, they were words. We like spaceflight here. Yeah, it's doable. What I would probably do is not do my burn on the far side of the moon, or keep your parasynthion relatively high on the far side of the moon so you can enable line of sight during your capture burn. That's probably what I would do, and then just circularize down from there. You know, you do your capture burn, get parasynthion low, high apocynthion after your parasynthion lowering burn. Then when you fly around the front side of the moon facing towards Earth, you can do your apocynthion lowering burn, circularize in low lunar and polar, and then go for a landing from there. What I ideally would want to do, actually, if it was me, in this type of con ops, I would want, interesting. I just thought of something. I wouldn't want to overfly the North Pole on a TLI insertion. No, you'd want to overfly Shackleton. You'd want to go south. So go south, right? Keep your lunar apoapsis high, right? And make it so your deorbit burn is in line of sight of Earth, right? Circularize with a high, circularize with a high apocynthion, right? After circularization, or apolune, right? Overfly up over the North Pole. So the moon is right here. Overfly up over the North Pole. Actually, no, flip that around. Let me draw it. I'll show you. It's gonna look like incoherent squiggles, but just give me a second. So if this is moon, right, and Earth is over here, that's not a circle. What you'd ideally want to do is, here, let me just draw a different diagram over here. We'll do a top down. What you'd want to do is do something similar to Artemis 2, where they, you overfly on a free return like this, but you'd want to overfly on a free return going over, so North Pole, South Pole. South Pole is where we want the base to be. So what you can do, right here, we'll go down here. I'll draw another one. What you can do is, this is a side view, let's just call it a side profile, right? Earth is right here, right? The moon is right here. What you can do is put yourself in an inclined orbit around Earth. Now, an inclined orbit means that your orbital plane is tilted relative to the equatorial plane of the celestial body that you're orbiting around. So if Earth's equator is right here, our orbit is tilted relative to it, right? And what we can do when you go to do TLI with Starship, right? You'll go out here and then the moon will pull you in, but it'll pull you in when you overfly the South Pole like this. So if you have your paraloon right here in this design, right? And you do your retro burn, so you burn this way, right? You burn that way, and then I'll just draw a dotted line. We'll make this look like conics and Kerbal. And then what you do is, because of that burn, right, you do a capture burn around the moon, right? And what this will do is put you in an orbit kind of like this. It's kind of egg-shaped almost. I don't want that there. Give me 1 second. Kind of egg-shaped like that. Right? And then when you're you do a paraloon lowering maneuver. Right? And then when you're over here, after your initial paraloon maneuver, right, over here, you have your second PLM, and that puts you in basically a polar orbit around the moon. Now, what that would look like in our 3D view here, right, is you'd go out to the moon, right, on your transfer trajectory, right, and it would look something like this as you get pulled in, right, and you'd go over here, right, and you do that first PLM burn right here, and then you'd go up. I'm kind of drawing it over exaggerated here to circularize for a landing like this. So PLM2 and PLM1 are there. That's a horrible orbit for polar. You don't want to overshoot the moon for a polar capture. That's a horrible orbit for polar. Oh, yeah. I also don't want to defy physics either. Yeah, there's that whole physics thing that kind of makes it so that's really the only way you're going to do a polar insertion like this. There's no polar free return, dude. That's not a thing to my knowledge. So the reason why I'd want to do this with PLM1 over the South Pole is so we can see it. So you have line of sight to your deorbit burn. And then when you come around, you have a blackout period probably from here to here, right? And then when you come around for PLM2, you're also in line of sight of the DSN. You could make it so you're a perpendicular to Earth, so no blackouts. How are you going to be polar around the moon perpendicular to Earth? How is that possible? I think you're overlooking a couple of laws of orbital mechanics there. You can come in from the front or back of the moon's velocity with a slingshot north-south to your inclination, so you can get into an orbit where the orbital plane is almost perpendicular to Earth. It's possible. Yeah, but you wouldn't be in a 90-degree inclination at that point. You'd have to do some on-orbit plane changes. There'd have to be a coplanar normal component to your PLM burns. Is it my imagination, or does having the idea of a refueling station at one of the L points totally out the window if the plan is to land at the South Pole all the time? No, you could, from a Lagrangian point, from L1, from EML1, you could get pretty much anywhere on the moon. How do you think they sent Artemis 1 into a rectilinear halo orbit? It was not in a rectilinear halo orbit. It was in a distant retrograde orbit, which is a low inclination lunar retrograde orbit with high paraloon. High paraloon and apoloon. Nope. Guys, come on. This is orbital mechanics. I'm pretty good at this. I'd say I have a fair amount of experience here. Like, I'm confident in what I'm saying. Well, okay, they wanted to use a rectilinear halo orbit. Yet, no, Artemis 1 went into distant retrograde at a low inclination. I'm telling you, you want to do this. You want to do this. The only way is to shoot at the moon from an inclined orbit that would get your apogee basically below the moon, and then use the moon's gravitational pull to pull you in. Isn't a perpendicular polar orbit rectilinear halo? Yeah, but that is going to require some station keeping to get exactly into that orbit. You're not going to insert directly into NRHO. You have to do some on-orbit plane changes to take into account the non-uniform gravitational pull on the moon. Basically, you're going to need to do some station keeping and plane changes to make sure that you're in a resonant NRHO. NRHO does have its reference frame more or less perpendicular to Earth, but that's because of lunar precession. You're not going to be able to, I mean, you can get close, guys. You could get close, but it's never going to be exact. The physics doesn't really work that way. Because you still have Earth still trying to pull you in. It's not like once you get into the lunar SOI, Earth's gravitational pull doesn't matter. If you tried to do what you guys are talking about, you'd end up like, if this is from our top view, right? Let me just erase this. Give me 1 second.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, I'm sure you could probably do it. Like, yeah, maybe. It would require a lot of station keeping. So what you guys are saying is shoot this way, right? Now, keep in mind, this is top reference frame. And you're going to go out here. The moon's going to pull you in, and what you're going to try to do is go over like that. See this turn right here? No. It ain't going to do that. What's going to happen is you're going to come in this way and you're going to shoot that way. Hey, Hip, what's going on, man? You'll go like this. And then from there, you'd get into an eccentric capture, right? You'd burn over the North Pole, and that would put you in an orbit. Give me 1 second. What's what I want? That would put you into an orbit that's very eccentric with your apoloon over the lunar south pole at a very, very high semi-major axis. Okay? So what the lunar precession will perturb your orbit so your orbit basically, like if you drew a line between the Earth and the moon, the line would go through your orbit and it would stay perpendicular. But in order to do this, you're going to need to do an on-orbit plane change at your apoloon, at this part of your orbit. You're going to have to, if you wanted to do this. You don't need to do that with low lunar polar. Low lunar polar insertion, you don't need to do any of this crap. They're clearly not worried about line of sight. So Burners, you don't need to station keep. It's too short. I don't know. You lost me. You guys are saying how to insert into a rectilinear halo orbit. What I'm telling you is that they're not doing that anymore. You know how I know they're not doing it anymore? They said we're not going to a rectilinear halo orbit. We're going to low lunar. Like, I don't understand. That completely changes your lunar insertion. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Pretty damn sure. Why not make an elevator up to Geo and an elevator down from the moon to about Geo? Then you just have to worry about transfer once per hour. We can't even build something that's a mile tall, PXD. What makes you think we can build something 23,000 miles tall? Right, but you can still get into the same geometry as a rectilinear halo orbit, just lower at a semi-major axis. But my question is why, Lava? Why? Why would you bother? Okay, so you get into this perpendicular, you get into it where your orbital plane around the moon is perpendicular to Earth, right? Why? Who cares? What are you going to do? Stay in line of sight? Constant comms, which you're not going to get if you're in low lunar, even if you're in a perpendicular reference frame to Earth. Am I missing something here? Thanks, Rers. Okay. This is more of a Kerbal thing, but say I want to put a base close to the south pole of the moon, but not directly on it. Does it make sense to have a staging station in a highly eccentric orbit for cheap inclination changes to enable more precise landings? NASA seemed to think it was a good idea. That's kind of what Gateway was, Fixing. And that's the flip side of that is that I don't necessarily have a problem with Gateway. My biggest problem with Gateway is that it's supposed to be up there right now, and it's not even close. Even if we hadn't canceled Gateway, it wouldn't have been up there until probably the 2030s. We would have already landed on the moon. Keep the drawing to compare with the official plan. Well, I can always draw this again, and I could probably draw it better anyway, so. Yeah, I'll draw a better diagram of that some other time. But with the paraloon on the South Pole rather than to the north. You wouldn't want to do that, dude, because if you're going to land, right, if you're going to do a landing, right, you'd want to burn up here to lower apolloon to suborbital and then come around to make sure that you're landing in line of sight. Look, fellas, at the end of the day, it might not be the stupidest idea to have something in rectilinear halo orbit. Something. It's a pretty good staging point for the moon. The problem is that if you're really focused on going down to the moon, it's kind of out of the way. Robert Zubrin often called the Gateway basically a toll booth to get to the moon. It's a toll booth, meaning that it's implying that a toll booth is useless and it's just you're wasting money doing that. But in an ideal scenario, that's obviously kind of a cynical way of looking at things, in my opinion. But I'll argue that if you want to look at it from a cynical point of view, I'll look at it from an optimistic point of view. A toll booth on a road is there to maintain the road and make sure that the road stays open so you can drive on it anytime you want. Now, whether a toll booth actually does that nowadays, I'll leave that up to you guys. Not to discuss here. You go and think about it. That discussion will get out of hand pretty quickly. Not trying to invite that. But the purpose is that Gateway is your toll booth to make sure that you have a viable pathway to stage supplies on the moon or around the moon. It's not the worst idea, but also at the same time, like, it is a little bit out of the way. And especially since we're focusing on just a moon base and not necessarily operations out in low lunar orbit. Why did I even mention that disclaimer? Yeah. You know, you'd have to. It's a good way to explain it. The toll is paid in Delta V, but pays for what? So the idea with gateway entropy, and I believe in being able to argue pro and cons. I don't like the gateway. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad idea. The idea with gateway is that you do not need nearly as much Delta V to get to it. Gateway, you don't need a Saturn V to get to that. Falcon Heavy could do it. New Glenn could send stuff to it pretty easily. You don't need a Saturn V to get there, and you could stage supplies. The problem is that you can use a smaller rocket to get to it, but then you need a bigger rocket anyway to get the lander out there to Gateway to get to the surface. That's the problem. It's an extra step. You have to build a big rocket to get the lander out there anyway. Why don't you just do that from the start, which is what they did during the Apollo program. They just built a way to get to the surface. Rectilinear Halo would be a good spot to put in a fuel depot that can move into low lunar. Hey, Matt, what's going on? I would argue that it's a better spot for a relay. Drew, I think you're right. Drunar said that over in the chat. It's better for a lunar relay because with this 90% of your orbit is in line of sight of the Shackleton crater and in line of sight of Earth. It's in line of sight of Earth 100% of the time. But it's out of phase or blocked line of sight to the lunar base for probably like 30 minutes out of its like 9-day orbit. 9-day orbit. I would argue that's a really good spot for a communication relay. A very good spot for one. In fact, we should do that. If you had 2 of them, right? Or you had 3 of them that was triangulated, you are in constant communications with the DSN at any particular point in time. That's where I'd put a lunar relay if I was going to do that, to be 100% honest. This requires minimal amounts of Delta V to stay in this orbit, minimal station keeping. And yeah, if you had 3 of them in the same orbit, like you triangulate it like we did with TDRS, you could basically have line of sight to pretty much anywhere on the moon. The only places you're not really getting perfect line of sight is the close side of the moon, in which case we can see it from Earth, so you can do communication that way. Far side of the moon is a little bit limited with a rectilinear halo orbit for relays, but there are other resonant orbits that you could use to get this done. That's old thing. I thought we were Starlinking the moon. Yeah, but is NASA going to use Starlink out at the moon for their moon base? You could also probably do a Molina-like spread out structure. Yeah, rectilinear halo orbit kind of takes that same idea. It takes the same idea as the lightning orbit. Yeah. Nice drawing. Did you learn this from Bob Ross? I didn't draw this. At core, why is singular relay and not a full network? 3 satellites. If you had, I would argue that you don't even need 3. 2 satellites. If you have one at apogee and one at perigee, actually 3 is probably what you'd want. If you had 3 that are triangulated away from each other, your moon base will always be in constant communication. You don't, 3 is the full network, dude. And that's 3 satellites that get you coverage around, for the most part, I'd say probably, in terms of like lunar surface area, it'd probably between that and Earth being in line of sight to the close side of the moon, you could get the entire southern hemisphere with this. The only part of the moon is that you wouldn't be able to get is the far side northern hemisphere. So you'd be covering about, with 3 satellites, you'd get about 75% coverage of the lunar surface this way. With 3 satellites? I'd argue you could do it with 1. 2, if you timed it right. 3 would be what I would want just for redundancy, just in case. That gives you, so you build 3 of the PPE. Build 3 of those, which is just a regular sat bus with bigger ion engines. If you build 3 power and propulsion elements and you use them as your lunar tracking data and relay system, you are never losing line of sight from your moon base, ever. 1 satellite could blow up, you're still not losing it. Heck, 2 of them could blow up, and that still affords you a direct communication link, probably like 90% of the time. I'd want at least 6 for throughput. I guess. These are just relays. You with a relay satellite, Bozo, you don't have throughput. There's no bandwidth for the relay satellite. You're just bouncing a signal off of a satellite. That's all. There's no acquiring the signal and interpolating the data. Tracking relay satellites just bounce a signal. They don't process data. It's just an antenna. That's it. It's just a parabolic antenna minus the transmitter part. It just bounces. You could add 3 more and do the constellation upside down. Yeah, that could work. Yeah, that's more like the Molina concept that another viewer was talking about. So with 6 satellites, you get full 90. You get 100% coverage anywhere on the ground. You will have a signal, which is 6 satellites to do that. Mm-hmm. From what I understand, you could build a space elevator from the moon to Geo with current tech and materials, since the stress and weight isn't a problem from Earth to Geo. I mean, you still need to get all the materials up there in the first place. But once you have, you only need rockets to get up to Geo, and the payload can be taken up from Geo with the elevator. You don't need to invent any new technology. You just need to get the mass up there. BXD question: how is an orbit with a 24-hour orbital period going to be synced up with the moon? You will literally build that space elevator, and then you'll tie a knot of space elevator around Earth and the moon, because the moon doesn't move in a 24-hour period. How's that going to work? It's not that simple. I mean, you have to replicate boost the signal at the same resolution you received it at, and that is the bandwidth. Are you sure about that? That's not what TDRS does. It's relay. That's what a relay satellite is. It's not processing information. You don't connect it to Earth. I never said you did. Geostationary orbit is in a 24-hour orbital period. The moon is not in a 24-hour orbital period. It's in a 30-day orbital period, give or take. I don't understand how that's going to work. You have a 300,000 kilometer cable from the moon to Geo. I keep saying that this isn't going to work because of differential orbital periods between geostationary and the moon, and you guys are just saying no, build a longer cable. That's not, you're not answering my question. I'm very confused at this point. What do you, D? You can't do it. Geo is not moving with it's not moving with the moon. The geostationary is a 24-hour orbital period at 23,000 miles semi-major axis. No, it's a little bit more than that. 23,000 mile apogee, let's say. It will be just above geo. That doesn't help. The station will not be geo-locked. I think you need to read more about orbital mechanics, dude. And I mean that, like, not to be a jerk. Repost with additional thoughts. Think we will eventually get a lunar GPS constellation up. Maybe even combination of navigation and communications. Yes, most likely. I do believe that Intuitive Machines is working on that right now, Nader. Yeah, Intuitive Machines has a contract for the lunar relay. Give me one moment. He's asking me for the Discord link. What's popping into rectilinear halo now? Nothing. Are space elevators even worth it? Yeah, they could be useful on the moon, but the problem is that geostationary around the moon, lunar geostationary, BXD, if that's what you're talking about, lunar geostationary, it's feasible that could work, but I'd be worried about dealing with the Lagrangian points. So gravitational perturbations from Lagrangian points, and lunar geostationary is not a stable orbit. The altitude that you'd need to get geostationary relative to the moon would they would be tugged at from Earth's orbit basically all the time. Anytime they got close to it, Earth would try to pull you in. It's very, very close to escape velocity around the moon, to the point where it's a diminishing return to put stuff in lunar geostationary. It's not even lunar geostationary. Lunar geostationary will make you hit escape velocity. The Earth will pull you back in. Earth is too close. Now, if you're an elevator to lunar geostationary would be the exact same thing. I think that's what you're talking about. You could always put your lunar elevator here in this analogy. You could put the anchor point at L1, and that would keep your elevator cable taut, and that would work, because Earth will try to pull you in. I covered it yesterday, Siza. Yeah, but an elevator that goes all the way down to Earth geostationary that's not going to work. Gravity would rip that thing to shreds, because you'd try. What would end up happening
Discovery,
is
go at throttle up.
it would basically it would re-enter. That's not. Yeah, I don't think that's the smartest idea. You'd need to get from the moon to Earth through L1, but close to Earth with a base at the other end of the cable. Yeah. Earth would just pull that. Earth's gravity would just try to pull that in, and you'd end up using your space elevator to tie a knot around Earth. I don't think that's what we want. Like, it would just keep going, and you'd just end up tying Earth in a knot of space elevator. Anyway, we're getting into the weeds. How about we talk about this crew? So, let's take a look. So the Artemis 3 crew was announced today. We were talking about mission profiles. That's what we were doing this whole time between the now and the announcement. But let's get into it here. So, we have Andre Douglas, Frank Rubio, Luca Parmentano, and Randy Bresnik. So let's go down the list. We'll start with Andre. Andre Douglas worked as the backup crew for the Artemis 2 mission. He's going to fly as a mission specialist on the Artemis 3 mission, and honestly, this is a guy you'd want in the MS position. Nerd does not cover what this dude is. Nerd of like the highest caliber here. Listen to this dude's resume, all right? He's born in Florida, raised in Chesapeake, Virginia. Graduated West Branch High School 2004, member of the NHS. He had got a bachelor's degree in ME from the U.S. Coast Guard Academy in 2008, where he also served as the regimental commander, whatever. He later completed 4 postgraduate degrees, a master's in mechanical, master's in naval architecture and marine engineering from U of M. Okay, sure. A master's degree in electrical and computer engineering from Johns Hopkins in 2019, and a doctorate in systems engineering from George Washington in 2021. Yeah. When I tell you that he was the backup crew for the Artemis 2 mission, he was also on the closeout crew. He was on the closeout crew getting Reed, Jeremy, Christina, and Victor into the capsule. He was there with them. And also, he worked on a lot of trajectory stuff for Artemis 2, from what I understand. He worked on much more than just being closeout and backup crew. Like, as if being a backup crew was not a challenging enough thing for him. It's just like, no, I'm just gonna be on the closeout crew as well, and also I will, I'll help you with trajectory optimizations, whatever. Whatever. After graduating from the Academy in 2008, he served as an officer in the U.S. Coast Guard, holding operational and engineering roles. His first assignment was aboard the Coast Guard cutter Vigilant off of Cape Canaveral, Florida. All right. Participated in migrant interdiction, humanitarian relief, and drug enforcement operations. He later worked as the Coast Guard Marine Safety Center, conducting hundreds of technical reviews for maritime compliance and providing global support on maritime casualty response as a naval architect. Bro. Oh, APL. Yeah, Johns Hopkins. He worked at the Applied Physics Laboratory. All right. 2015, he transitioned out of active duty and joined Johns Hopkins, contributing to space exploration, underwater robotics, and ocean systems missions. He played a key role in enhancing U.S. ballistic missile defense, piloted unmanned surface vessels and Navy operations, and supported NASA's DART mission, the Double Asteroid Redirect. He also contributed to MAGAN, a gamma-ray neutron spectrometer for Japan's Martian Moon's exploration spacecraft. His research focused on autonomous swarm behaviors in unmanned systems, predicting and quantifying their performance over time. As a part of the Lunar Surface Innovation Consortium at APL, he collaborated with NASA to assess lunar surface needs and guide technological development. I made my bed today. He also drew up the plans for the Death Star. I'd believe that, to be 100% honest with you. Yeah. Okay. That's Andre Douglas. This is the guy you'd want to help you troubleshoot your spacecraft if something goes wrong. Like, he has a lot. I didn't know about the Coast Guard Maritime Safety Center. Technical reviews for maritime compliance. Yeah. Yeah. Something borks up on Orion. I'm asking him what to do. All right. So, Mission Specialist 2. This is Frank Rubio. He's a U.S. Army flight surgeon, aviator, and NASA astronaut. He holds the American record for the longest space flight at 371 days and will fly as a mission specialist on Artemis 3. Why was he a backup for Artemis 2? Why didn't he just fly on it? Because nobody on the prime crew got sick. That's what a backup crew does. He's there in case Reed, Jeremy, Christina, or Victor had a problem and he could replace them. Him and Jenny Gibbons from the Canadian Space Agency. Rubio was born in December 1175 to Salvadorian parents. As a child, he lived in El Salvador for the first 6 years of his life, after which his family moved to Miami, where he attended Miami Sunset Senior High School. He attended the U.S. Military Academy and earned a bachelor's degree in international relations. After commissioning as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army, he became a UH-60 pilot, and he was the platoon commander in A Company, 2nd Battalion, 82nd Aviation Regiment, as a company commander for A Company, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Aviation Regiment. Okay. He's just served in the 82nd and the 3rd. All right, whatever. No, you know, I played NATO in Battlefield once. Whatever. No, I mean, why didn't they just originally put him on the Artemis 2 crew? Why did they make him a backup? Because that's what he was assigned to. Andre doesn't have prior flight experience. Now, then again, neither did Jeremy Hansen, but I think the Canadians wanted him to go. So, yeah, you know, yeah, 3rd is, yeah, you freaking company for the 82nd Aviation Regiment, which is the aviation regiment for the 82nd Airborne, and then the 3rd Infantry. So the 82nd Airborne Division and the 3rd Infantry Division are two pretty notable outfits in the Army, let's say. We'll say that. If you're Army, you know what I'm talking about. Rubio has over 1,100 hours of flying time, including 600 combat hours in Bosnia, Iraq, and Afghanistan. He received a doctorate of medicine from the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences. Oh, he's just a doctor too. Yeah, whatever. And completed a family medicine residency at Fort Benning. He served as a clinic supervisor and flight surgeon at the Redstone Arsenal. Okay. At the time of his selection as an astronaut candidate, Rubio was the surgeon for the 3rd Battalion, 10th Special Forces Group at Fort Carson. Yeah, okay. 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 It's green. Yeah. 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 Okay. Almost, but not quite as OP as Johnny Kim. Tessa, he's up there. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Green Beret. Yeah, okay. No big deal. All right, you know. Sure. Yeah, Frank is definitely he's up there with Johnny Kim. I never really put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, you bad mother. The Eagle, baby. Who knows what that means? I already said what it means, but also mint. He's 50. Kim was a seal, no contest here. Green Berets, though. Yeah, so Frank Rubio was a member of the 22nd NASA astronaut group. That's the Turtles. He was in the same class. He's in the same class as Johnny Kim. Yeah, he flew on MS-22 and he spent 371 days in space. Yep, he was up there for a long time, dude. Spanning 3 expeditions. Expedition 66 plus 1, 68, and 69. Damn, dude. So that's your mission specialist. So once again, Andre is pretty much good all around, right, for spacecraft troubleshooting. He's the kind of guy you'd really, really want for a complicated low Earth orbit mission like this with multiple dockings, and it's also a long-duration Orion mission. He's the kind of guy you'd want troubleshooting this stuff. Frank has tons of experience on long-duration low Earth orbit flights. He's perfect for this job, dude. And that's the kind of thing I'm noticing here. This is like the who's who of low Earth orbit expertise going on here. Frank's been up there. He was up there for 371 days on the ISS. He knows how to be up there for a long time. The Artemis 3 mission is a 2-week mission, with including a 2-day dock to Blue Moon Mark II and a 1-day dock to Starship. It is a really righteous mission, dude. It's a little, like everybody's like, oh, it's just going to low Earth orbit. Dude, a double dock mission is no joke. That's a lot of, there's a lot of complications to that with trajectory and optimization, et cetera, et cetera. So, your pilot, Luca Parmentano of the Italian Space Agency, he's not from the Italian Space Agency, he's from ESA, the European Space Agency, which the Italian Space Agency is part of. He's a colonel and a test pilot in the Italian Air Force, okay? He's the first Italian and third European to command the International Space Station during Expedition 61, and he will fly as the pilot on the Artemis 3 mission. Parmentano considers Catania. Where's that? Yeah, Sicily. Yep. His hometown. He's divorced and has 2 daughters with his ex-wife. He's an active scuba diver and enjoys snowboarding, skydiving, weight training, and swimming. Other interests include reading and listening to and playing music. My guy. He graduated from Liceo Scientifico Statale Galileo Galilei. Yeah, so Liceo Scientific State School. Parmentano spent a year in 1993 as an exchange student at Mission Viejo High School in California in the United States with AFS intercultural programs. In 1999, he completed a master's degree in political sciences at University of Naples Federico II. Okay. Italy with a thesis on international law. In 2000, he graduated with Spaverio for academic course from the Italian Accademia Aeronautica in Puzzoli. Pictures of Starship from Orion's windows are going to look crazy. They're going to be pretty nuts, dude. Accademia Aeronautica. It's in Campania. All right, cool. Just make sure I know what this is. Son of a gun, I've been there. Dude, I've been to Naples. I was in Naples, and that's where we went. We went there for a day for a honeymoon. I know where that is. Huh. Cool. This guy totally doesn't break the spaghetti. Hell no, he doesn't. Parmentano completed basic training with the U.S. Air Force at the Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training Program at Shepherd Air Force Base in Texas in the United States. He completed the JCO-CAS course in the Air Forces in Europe in Sembach, Germany in 2002. 2003, he qualified as an electronic warfare officer at the Reparto Supporto Tecnico Operativo Guerra Elettronica in Pratica di Mare. He completed the Tactical Leadership Program, TLP, in Florence, Belgium. I don't know how to say that right. I know how to say the rest of this right. Been there. Nice, dude. Is Artemis skipping the Apollo 10 style mission? I would say that the uncrewed demos are more the Apollo 10 style mission, the uncrewed landing demos pop, but that's just personal opinion. In July 2009, Parmentano received a master's degree in experimental flight test engineering at the Institut Supérieur, oh no, that's French, Institut Supérieur l'Aéronautique de l'Espace. Let me say that one more time. Institut Supérieur de l'Aéronautique de l'Espace. No, I can't say it. Let me try it one more time. Institut Supérieur de l'Aéronautique et de l'Espace. There you go. Got it. Third time's a charm. That's in Toulouse. ISAE is elite. Yeah. So that is like... So Institut Supérieur de l'Aéronautique et de l'Espace. What is that? What would be the English translation? The Superior Institute for Aeronautics and Space. Hey! ISAE is the aeronautical university in Europe. Well, it's in Toulouse. That makes perfect sense. Toulouse is a huge aeronautic powerhouse in Western Europe. You casually just grew up in a volcano. Why do you think they'll be docked to Starship for less time? I don't know, Rarest. I'm going to go ahead and guess for a 2-week mission that they're probably going to change the 1 to 2 day docking con-ops, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, it's the home of Airbus. Bingo. Yeah, Toulouse, France is like... Toulouse to France is what Seattle is to, or Wichita is to the United States. It's just an aerospace hub. I mean, we have plenty of cities that are aerospace hubs, but yeah. Toulouse would be like Seattle or something. As part of the test pilot formation at EPNER, the French test pilot school in Istres. Damn, dude. You should visit Toulouse sometime. Yeah, dude. Airbus has a whole thing there. Like there's a whole museum. There's like a stack of an Ariane 5 there, Alexis. Why haven't you done that? Cité de l'Espace. Oui. Starship one day might be because of loitering time and propellant burn off. Yeah. Flight 2222 to Toulouse. Hey, Tor, you've been there? Nice. Yeah. So we'll get down to here. Luca, he was doing an EVA one time out on the ISS, and his suit started leaking water inside. His second EVA on July 16th, 2013 was terminated after only an hour and 32 minutes when the helmet of his EVMU suit started filling with water. Water in his helmet posed the danger of drowning and made his return to the airlock even more difficult. As orbital sunset had occurred just before he started to return, engineers found that contamination had clogged one of the suit's filters, causing water from the suit's cooling system to back up. On the 15th of July, 2016, astronaut Tim Capra experienced a water leak in his spacesuit as well. Parmentano returned to Earth on the 11th of November 2013 aboard TMA-09M. Have you been to the museum in Dayton? I've never been to the museum of the USAF. I need to. Beating, I need to get out there. Yeah. So, yeah. If you have water leaking inside your suit, guys, like I know you're going to think, oh, that's not a big deal, right? No, you could drown. Water has surface tension. So if the water is like floating there and you turn your head and it sticks to you, it'll just stay there on your face and there's really nothing you can do about it. Water is like jello up there because of surface tension. It'll just hold itself to you and you could, it would be like getting waterboarded in space. Yeah, that's a real big problem. I remember when that happened. We talked about it on stream. Yeah, that was not great. We talked about it on stream. That was 13 years ago, EJ. But yeah, we did. Yeah, that's no joke. So, that's Luca Parmentano. He, once again, I firmly believe they put him up there because of this. Because of how he handled himself with the EVMU. Remember, part of the Artemis 3 mission is testing that AXEMU. And he's probably going to be the guy for that job. Yeah, he's, once again, this is like the who's who of low Earth orbit experience here. I actually think this crew does make a ton of sense. This is a, yeah, really, really good call. Do you need to drink it? I mean, I wouldn't. Well, that's horrifying. Yep. Yeah, water. All right, so that's, now we go to the commander. This is Randy Bresnik. He's been in the astronaut corps for a long time, dude. So once again, you know, I'm telling you, like, this is a crew with a lot of experience in low Earth orbit. Randy flew on STS-129, dudes. Yeah, he's flown on the shuttle. So, you know, you don't mention low Earth orbit without mentioning the shuttle. Did you see how many sorts of aircraft he's licensed on? Who, Luca? Or Randy? Do you think Rook had a hand in putting together his dream team? Do you think they were already in mind? They probably had a pool going. I'm not sure if Rook really had much. I think they changed. I do think they had a crew picked out for the first lunar landing, and I think they changed it and put this crew in because this is a low Earth orbit training. Luca. Oh, I didn't see this part. In 2007, Parmigiano were rewarded the Medaglia de Argento al Valore Aeronautico. Yeah. Silver Medal of Aeronautic Valor by the President of the Italian Republic. Okay. After safely landing his AMX in an emergency due to a bird strike. Jeez, dude. Yeah, this is back to Luca. He's logged more than 2,000 hours of flying time, is qualified in more than 20 types of military aircraft, both fixed wing and rotary wing, and has flown over 40 types of aircraft. Okay. Okay. He flew the AMX. Oh, look at that little thing. 2,000 hours of flying time. 20 types of military aircraft, 40 aircraft total. Yeah, all right. I can fly a CJ4 in flight sim. So there. Now what? Yeah, I bet you haven't done that. Parmigiano flew the AMX aircraft with the 13th Squadron, 32nd Wing in Amendola, Italy from 2001 to 2007. During that time, he obtained all the qualifications on that aircraft, including combat ready, 4-ship leader, and mission commander package leader. Oh, okay. All right. Water in the helmet's no joke. That's right. With the 13th Squadron, he served as Chief of Training Section Commander of the 76th Flight. He was also the 32nd Wing Electronic Warfare Officer. Okay. Yeah, 2007, he was selected by the IAF to become a test pilot. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, jeez.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jeepers creepers. I can drive a manual, so yeah, right? Look at you. Dude, you should be an astronaut. Appreciate the coverage, sure. Now let's go back over to Randy. He's a retired officer in the Marine Corps, active NASA astronaut. He's a Marine aviator by trade. He was selected as a member of NASA Astronaut Group 19 in May of 2004. Who was in 19? Let me tell you. Look, this is the Peacocks. Chris Cassidy was there. Shane Kimbrough was there. Oh, she looks familiar. She did something on a SpaceX craft. Well, no, that's Shannon Walker. Cool. Chris Cassidy is a SEAL, if I'm remembering correctly. There's Ricky Arnold's there. Shane Kimbrough. Tom Marshburn. Joe Acaba, who's right there. Jeez, I didn't even recognize him. Dottie Metcalf, Lindbergh. Yeah, dude. That's a pretty good group of people, pretty good group of astronauts there. Yeah, he first launched on STS-129, served as a flight engineer for Expedition 52, and as an ISS commander for 53. He will fly as the commander of the Artemis 2 mission. He has Slovenian ancestry. Yeah, that's almost Italy. Just saying. He's born in Fort Knox, Kentucky, but considers Santa Monica to be his hometown. He graduated from Santa Monica High in 1985. Has a bachelor's in mathematics from the Citadel. Oh, okay. Citadel Military College of South Carolina. Yeah, the Citadel. Bachelor's in mathematics from the... Okay. And then later a master's of science in aviation systems from the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. Okay. He then graduated from the Air War College in 2008. He's the first graduate of the Citadel to fly in space. Okay. Does he work for the Combine? I don't know, maybe. In May of '89, he received his commission as a second lieutenant. Oh. Yeah, he did, what is it called in the Marine Corps? Officer Training. Reserve Officer Training Corps. That's right there, idiot. After graduation, he attended the basic school and infantry officers courses at Quantico, the Marine Corps base at Quantico. Following aviation indoctrination and primary flight training in Pensacola, he entered the immediate and advanced flight training in Beeville, Texas, and was designated as a naval aviator in '92. Nice. Resnick then reported to the Navy Fighter Attack Training Squadron, that's VFA 106, out of Cecil Field in Florida. At NAS Cecil Field, all right. For initial FA-18 training. Upon completion of training, he reported to Marine Fighter Attack Squadron, VMFA 212 at Canio Bay. I think that's how you say it. Canio? Kanoi? Hawaiian, man. And then El Toro. Oh, El Toro. Not there anymore. It got bracked. Now it's something dumb. It had double cross parallel runways. Yeah, it got hit by the aliens. El Toro got blown away in Independence Day. Just saying. Yeah, his grandfather was Amelia Earhart's photographer. Yeah, I saw that. It's right there. His grandfather, Albert Louis Resnick, was Amelia Earhart's photographer. Okay, all right. Cassidy Asil, maybe he and Johnny Kim should be on Artemis 4. Chris retired. He retired. He spent like Chris Cassidy was up there for a very long time. He had the record for longest space flight, if I'm remembering correctly, until Frank Rubio replaced it, or broke his record. Oh, he was at MCAS Miramar. Nice. You guys like Top Gun? That's where Top Gun was filmed. Fighter Town, baby. It was, of course, Naval Air Station Miramar before the Marine Corps took it over. Dawson and I have been there, dude. We've walked down on these runways and stuff. It's pretty good. He made 3 overseas deployments to the Western Pacific. While assigned to VMFA 212, he attended the Marine Corps Weapons and Tactics Instructors Course and Naval Fighter Weapons. Oh, he's a Top Gun pilot. All right. Speaking of that, yeah, that's right. Because in the early 90s, it still would have been, Miramar was still been NAS Miramar. Yeah, they don't do, Top Gun isn't at Miramar anymore. It's Fallon. It's in Nevada. It's not in California anymore. Imagine Jared taking an F-14 back to Miramar. I can dream. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he's a Top Gun pilot. Whatever. Residence was selected for Naval Test Pilot School at Patuxent River. Patuxent. Sorry. My brain wants to say Pawtucket, which is not that. And began the course in January 99. After graduation in December 99, he was assigned as an FA-18 test pilot project officer at VX-23, the Naval Strike Aircraft Test Squadron. Yep. VX. Experimental. Cool. Well, at Strike, Resnick flew the FA-18A through D and the FA-18E through F in all manners of flight. Jeez, dude. Okay. January 2001, he returned to the Naval Test Pilot School as a fixed-wing and systems flight instructor, where he instructed in the FA-18, T-38, and T-2. He served as the where was I? He returned to NSATS in January 2002 to continue flight tests on the FA-18A through F, as well as the platform project coordinator. Jeepers creepers, dude. Say Nevada right. Pax River. Yeah. November 2002, he reported to Marine Aircraft Group 11, MAG 11. As a future operations officer. In January 2003, MAG 11 was deployed to Ahmad al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait. From Al-Jaber, he flew combat missions in the FA-18 with VMFA AW-225 in Operation Southern Watch and Operation Iraqi Freedom. He was an operations officer at VMFA 232, when he was selected for the astronaut program. He has more than 6,000 hours on 81 different aircraft. $6,000 hours on 81 different aircraft. Holy cow. Wow, dude. That's ridiculous.
Hello, everybody.
Raptorside Chat. Hi, Chris. Bye, Chris. Raptorside Chat's going on over on Starbase Live. It is Tuesday, so that makes sense. Jeez, man. It was funny. I paused and Chris said hello. I was like, what? Oh my goodness. It's over 8 months. Isn't that crazy, Varky? Like I said, you could go read astronauts' resumes, right? And you could either feel like, here's the thing. You could either feel real stupid about yourself, but I don't do that. Like, I make a joke about it, and I do make my bed every day. I'm like, well, I made my bed today. I make my bed every day. No exceptions. That's part of my routine that keeps me sane at this point. I look at this and go, damn, dude, I'm not trying hard enough. Damn, I am not trying hard enough. I got to try harder. This is ridiculous. Box, you've been in a lot of different planes, but 81 different types isn't... Yeah, that's crazy, dude. You have 6,000 hours of Vectora. Yeah, right? Right? You know you lost it when you make your bed every day. Honestly, let me, you could say that, but discipline is the only thing that got me through the month of May. I literally would have gone insane. Yeah. Like, when the poop hits the fan, it's very easy for everything to go to crap. But, yeah, I still... discipline is what kept me sane, taking care of Bree and stuff. Yeah. And, dealing with traumatic events. Yeah. The reason why is because making my bed is something that I'm in control of. I'm not in control of my wife almost dying. Yeah, that's out of my control. In that particular context. Right? Like, that's what got me so much through May, dudes. Just on a quick side note, like, I'm not trying to make it about me. We got to finish reading Randy's resume so we can keep feeling inadequate. That's that's what got me the most. That's what screwed with me, because like the whole thing, what happened, like, and I don't want to talk about it. Like, go find my life updates video if you want to figure out what happened. Yeah, I had no control over it. There's nothing I could do. So yeah, you're put in a position where you're not, you're supposed to protect your wife to the bitter end, and I'm a workaholic, dudes, but I can't fix this, like that was tough, man. It's tough. We're good now, Jetty, yeah. I definitely got some grays from last month, Browlin. Yeah, definitely got some grays. For sure. There was a lot. Yeah, there's a lot, dude. But yeah, discipline is what kind of kept me sane. I can control my bed. I can control making my bed. I can control keeping the house clean. That's stuff that's well in my realm of possibility of control. So that's the stuff that kept my brain quiet. Because your brain's like, why couldn't you do something about it? Why couldn't you fix it? Why couldn't you fix it, douchebag? What's wrong with you? I'm like, dude, I can't fix this. Like, how can I fix this? I'm not a doctor. Like, it's like, no, EJ, you should have fixed this. What's wrong with you? It's like, all right, brain, shut up. Here, how about we make the bed? All right, that'll work. It's like, stupid brain. What are you talking about? I didn't bring in no brain. It's always hard to accept things out of your control. Yeah, but the things that I was in control of, God, helped me get through a really rough time. Yeah. Your brain needs stimuli, right? Right? So I was like, all right, this is what I can control. I can control this. I can control making my bed every day, so that's what I'm going to do. But I mean, yeah, no, like that discipline really helped me get through a really, really hard time. Remember that. So, yeah, could you work harder? Yeah, work harder. Do better, man. Do it. If you build up discipline, you can pretty much do whatever. I mean, Andre talked about that when he got selected. He's just like, persistence is key here, and discipline helps reinforce persistence. Like, same rocket science. Or is it? Anyway, Resnick was selected by NASA in May of 2004 as an astronaut candidate. He was one of 2 pilots chosen in the astronaut class of 2004. In February 2006, he completed astronaut candidate training, and he participated in the first analog ESA Caves mission in September 2011, staying underground and exploring caves for 6 days, simulating Mars mission technologies. In June of 2014, NASA announced that he would command the Nemo 19 undersea exploration mission aboard the Aquarius underwater laboratory, which began on September 7, 2014 and lasted 7 days. He was the lead astronaut assigned to the closeout crew for STS-135 in the shuttle program, and he flew on STS-129. Yeah, see right here. Also, remember, you got a massive support network called Chat. We got you. Yeah, I know. I'm good now, Shy. I'm talking about it, so yeah, I'm good. It's stuff that you don't want to talk about that's bad. Am I right? Resnick will match John Young's record for most different spacecraft flown. He's flown the Shuttle, Soyuz, and soon to fly on Orion and Blue Moon. All right. He's a mission specialist on STS-129, a shuttle mission to the ISS. Mission was slated to launch in October 2009 aboard Discovery, but it was later pushed back to November 2009 aboard Atlantis. Resnick and his 5 crewmates launched from Kennedy Space Center on November 16, 2009, ahead of an approximately 2-day rendezvous with the ISS, which he joined Expedition 21, commanded by the Belgian ESA astronaut Frank de Win. Or I think it's Frank de Winnie, I think is how you say his name. Those bloody Belgians, they can't pronounce anything right. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch. The main objective of STS-129 was to deliver and install the first 2 of 4 express logistics carriers, ELCs, to the ISS. We were looking at ELCs the other day. Those are those shuttle pallets that I was talking to you about when we went over the ISS leaks, if you were here for that space news. Yep, ELCs, they're shuttle pallets. It's a pallet that just fits in the shuttle's payload bay, and you could bolt whatever you want to it. You could bolt a grapple point for an arm. You could bolt cargo, experiments, whatever. The ISS has a bunch of ELCs that's stacked on the truss segment. ELCs are exposed pallets on the outboard truss of the oh. I swear I didn't just read that. I swear I didn't just read that. I could point. If we looked at the model of the ISS, I could point to them and I could tell you what they do. Yeah, Dave. I went through the whole crew. Andre, Frank, Luca, and we're finishing with Randy. You could bolt wood onto it. I don't know about that. Jessica said that they will use Starship V3. Does that mean just a normal V3 Starship without a life support system, or V3 HLS? I'd have to... Lev, I'd have to listen to the context there. When Chris B on Space News, we had him on BF6 once. Chris B has never played Battlefield with me. You smack talking the Dutch again? No? You just said bloody evil. Bresnik participated in the second and third EVA of STS-129. On November 21st, 2009, Bresnik stepped outside the space station with veteran spacewalker Michael Foreman. The two spent 6 hours and 8 minutes outside of the ISS installing a piece of equipment called the grappling adapter to on-orbit railing. Gator. Oh, look at that, guys. They installed the Gator module on the space station. That's pretty good. Hey, Aurora. I watched Project Hail Mary a week ago and haven't gotten titism about it to you until now. Amaze. Artemis 3 crew. Very happy. Unhappy Iridian not going statement. Why no Iridian go question? Dirty. Why room so messy? Question. He was on during the Battlefield 6 with NSF crews. He was chatting and not playing. When was this? I don't remember that. Amaze. All right. Installing a wireless video system on the outside of the station and setting up a cargo attachment system. Bresnik's second spacewalk took place on November 23rd, 2009, and was alongside NASA astronaut Robert Satcher. Yeah, you want to feel inadequate. Look at Mr. Satcher's resume. It's here, just quick dive. He's an American orthopedic surgeon, chemical engineer, and former astronaut. Because frick you, I want to just do 3 ridiculously hard, careers at once. Two doctorates, a PhD, and an MD. Yep. From MIT and Harvard. Yeah, in case you wanted to feel stupid. Pick a freaking lane, dude. Yeah, no, for real. What? You can just do that? You can just do multiple careers? Why was I not told about this when I was younger? I wanted to be a cowboy astronaut millionaire. And I'm none of those things. Satcher and Bresnik spent 5 hours and 42 minutes outside the station installing a similar cargo attachment system to the one on the last spacewalk, but on the opposite side of the station, installing the Missy 7 experiment and transferring a high-pressure tank. Skill issue? Yes, really. That's what I'm trying to tell you. March 13, 2026. Ninja Guy Dan shot Max in the face in the streets of Cairo. I vaguely remember that. I played a lot of Battlefield over the last couple of months, and now I want to see Hail Mary in a theater again. Yeah, sorry about that. The right stuff's making me look like the trite stuff. I know, right? STS-129 returned to Earth on November 27, 2009, returning Bresnik and his 5 crewmates, as well as Expedition 21 flight engineer Nicole Stott. I don't know too much about Nicole. Cool. St. Petersburg, Embry-Riddle, UCF. 2 shuttle flights. 128 up, 129 down. Whatever. She was the first to live tweet from space. Oh, okay. She has a BS in aeronautical engineering. St. Petersburg College Aviation Administration, graduated with a BS degree in aeronautical from Embry-Riddle, and in 87 received a master's in engineering management from UCF in 92. Oh, okay. She was a structural design engineer at Pratt & Whitney Government Engine, so structural design and the applications of propulsion. All right. I build stuff in Kerbal, and I'm working on my crap box car and making it crappier. All right, I'm not trying hard enough, dude. Jeez. Resnick launched aboard Soyuz MSO-5 to the ISS on July 28, 2017, and served as an engineer for Expedition 52 and as an ISS commander for Expedition 53. In October 2017, he performed his third spacewalk along with Mark Van High. The spacewalk replaced the grapple mechanism on Canadarm2, the latching end effector, or LEA. Spacewalk duration. Yeah, they have spares up there. It's on the MBS. If people know what that means, they have spare parts. They're stored out on the truss segment. On October 10th, 2017, Resnick and Van High completed the second EVA of the mission. They lubricated it and installed the new end effector and replaced cameras. And the duration was 6 hours, 26 minutes. On October 20th, 2017, Resnick and Joe Acaba performed another EVA to continue with the lubrication task and install more cameras. The duration was 6 hours, 49 minutes. He returned to Earth in December of 2017. MSO-5 landed at 8:38 UTC. Duration of the mission was 138 days, 16 hours, 56 minutes, 37 seconds. That's Paolo Nespoli over there. Another Italian astronaut. Jeepers creepers. These are not 1 in a million dudes. They're actually much more rare than that. Like 1 in 100 to 1 in 10 to 20 million. Yep. Did we tune in to feel personally attacked? Like, yeah, dude, what the heck is this about? It's just freaking. Is Rapture side still going? Hold on.
Feels like a weight.
Yeah, it is. Ryan's talking up there. Just. All right. Okay. By the looks of it, there's still time for you to become an astronaut. Maybe when the barrier of entry is a little bit lower. Dude, I would love to go get a PPL. My eyes are screwed up though. I really can't, on paper, I can't really fly at night, which kind of ruins any chance of astronauting. We get it. They're wicked smart. Yeah, they are wicked smart, dude. What did I tell you? What did I say you'd be up in here regurgitating Gordon Wood? But you forgot about Vickers. Nope. I just read Vickers. Yeah, there's a lot of night up there. But yeah, whatever. I'll do it eventually. Because flying is awesome. Airplanes and spaceships are cool. Get a sport license, no medical required. Won't get you into NASA, but at least you could fly. Yeah. Yeah, Nader, there's ways. I've talked to plenty of aviators. There's ways to do it. Actually, one of my buddies who's a 767 pilot said that, look, you know, yeah, you're colorblind, but if you can prove to them that you know what you're doing and you can differentiate the colors, it doesn't matter. You can get a waiver as long as you know, as long as you I mean, it's a recurring thing. I'd have to keep doing it, but you'd have to do that to be a pilot anyway. Like, yeah, you can do it. Right now, the biggest barrier of entry is basically money. No, don't. I have enough on my plate right now. We'll do that some other time. Yeah, I have a mild color blindness, Aurora. I can't. It's weird, dude. My eyes can't see colors very well in low light conditions. Like, it's like, I think it's called deuteronomic color blindness. I think. I don't remember. Yeah, like stuff blends in like certain lighting conditions. colors blend together for me. Like I can't tell the difference. I'd have to really sit there and squint and compare it to something else to see like tone and whatever. Like like in colors, yeah, not great. But as long as like I'm in like a well lit area, I can see colors just fine. It's just in low light and certain lighting conditions, red and greens just blend together, and blue and purples blend together too. But like, once again, if it's in the middle of the day, I can see it just fine. So you see infrared naturally? Hired, yeah, I wish. Some of the best pilots in the world fake their eye tests. Spoiled, I'm confident. If you put me in a Cessna 172, like right now, I'm confident that I could get it on the ground. I know I could get it on the ground. Like, I'm not being overconfident here. I know what it takes to fly one of those things. Like, I'm confident. Where I would really screw up is not being, like, the procedures. That's where I would really mess it all up. I wouldn't, like, radioing the tower, etc., etc. I would, that's not really something I have training on. But, like, I know the plane. I know how it works. Easy peasy. I'm not worried about that. I mean, in flight sim, guys, you saw me put that 172 on the ground with a 30-knot crosswind. When we played flight sim last time, you remember that? I mean, I landed and then the wind blew the plane over, but I got it on the ground. I'll just stick to the rocket science stuff. I like that. That rocket science stuff is fun. But anyway, that's your Artemis 3 crew, dudes. Andre Douglas, Frank Rubio, Luca Parmentano, and Randy Bresnik. That's a good crew. I was just thinking too, Randy's the kind of guy you'd want if you're doing suit evaluation. How many EVAs is this dude? He's done 5 EVAs. That's up there. That's more than most. I think the record is 7 from Jerry Ross. He's definitely up there, dude. This is like once again, this is like the who's who of low Earth orbit expertise here. And yeah, keeping in kind of line with Artemis 2, it seems like you have 3 dudes with flight experience. You have 3 dudes with flight experience and 1 new flyer. Reed, Victor, and Christina had flight experience, and Jeremy Hansen didn't on Artemis 2. So that seems to be the case here. So remember that when the Artemis 4 crew comes around, that one of them is most likely going to be somebody who's never flown before. Luca, how many EVAs has Luca done? He's done 6 EVAs. Randy's done 5. Luca's done 6. Frank did 3. All right, yeah, this is absolutely the crew you want for this mission, for a very complicated low Earth orbit mission. This is absolutely the crew that you want. This is a great crew, really good. 3 aircraft pilots and a freaking nerd, dude. Guy has 5 freaking degrees, man. And it's not like he has like 2 degrees in underwater basket weaving either. Naval architecture, marine engineering from U of M, electrical and computer from Johns Hopkins, and SE from George Washington. Frick you, just, all right. All right, bro. Calm down. Jeez. I freaking wish, dude. Just on a quick side note here, it's like they were chosen for their skills. What a concept. Don't look at the Artemis 3 hashtag. All right, I won't. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'll be 100% honest. We've talked about what would happen if EJ wins the lottery or something. Or if I won the lottery or I came into a crazy high amount of money. If I like hit the Powerball and it was like 700 million or something, I would disappear and then come back with 5 freaking postgraduate degrees. I'm serious. That's what I would do. EJ's pretty dangerous now. Can you imagine how dangerous I'd be with a naval architecture, marine engineering, electrical, computer, and mechanical engineering degrees? We could do, imagine those streams. That would be pretty fun. You would actually have some concept of an idea what you're doing. Yes. Yeah. Even just that mechanical one. With just an ME degree, we could probably do some good stuff. Powerball, you gotta be in it to win it. Yeah, they say over here you can't win if you don't play. Which is, yeah. Imagine the ships we'd build in KSP. They'd be all fully automated, too. You know what? I should probably just do that, but that's another story. Maybe you could finish your car then. Yeah, I figure with, $700 million, Lasky, I figure I could hook that up. I'd just have somebody else do it. Figure I'd hook that up because, guys that restore cars dig dudes with money. Don't worry, chat will still argue about how space elevators are a great idea. It's a good idea on the moon, guys, but not so much anywhere else. You still have like 400 million of the 700 million left after paying for school. Yeah, D, and then I'd probably take about 10 million of that and just pay for all of the 8 remaining 4,000 series big boy locomotives to become operational. Yes, I would just buy all of them and fix all of them. Just be like, yo, I give you $5 million for that thing. What? Nope, $10 million. Done. Wouldn't buy an F4? With $400 million, I'm pretty sure we could cover the spread here.
Discovery.
Oh, yeah. Spoiled. That's the other thing. I'd fund the T1 Trust. I'd be like, you guys are... Not only am I funding the T1 Trust, I'm going to put enough money in this damn trust to be able to keep the T1 working for the next 100 years. Did I hear derail? I talked about playing it a little bit earlier. Space elevator on Mars, given its low gravity. T1 Trust, Aurora. There's a group of dudes that started a thing called the PRR T1 Trust, where they are literally building a PRR T1 steam locomotive from scratch. Because all of them were scrapped. The Pennsylvania Railroad T1 class, right here. None of them survived. You've seen this locomotive before. It is a very pretty it looks like 4444 locomotive, articulated. Not as big as the big boy, about half the size. Yeah, the T1 Trust is... Yeah, they're building one from scratch. See? This would be 150%. If I won the lottery, there would be signs. Just go look at the T1 Trust. All right. If all of a sudden the T1 Trust project just has like 6 times the amount of funding that they need to build like 4 of these, you'd know EJ hit the lottery. That's what happened. That's what happened. What year is the T1 from? I don't know too much about the T1 locomotives. I know that they were all scrapped, and that's why they had to build one from scratch, because they all got scrapped. They have pictures of... Here, let me just click on their YouTube real quick. Sorry, I didn't want to make this necessarily about trains, but... check this out. So that's obviously a render. Like, see? Look. That's a steam engine chassis right there, baby. They're following the original blueprints, dude. Yep. They are manufacturing from scratch the T1 locomotive. That's very nice, actually. That's a, yeah, very nice frame. Actually, I don't think it's articulated now that I'm looking at this. No, non-articulated 4444 steam locomotive. Oh, that's sick. Dude, that's so good. There was a time where we were just belting, like we had factories everywhere just belting stuff like this out. Like, look at that freaking assembly, dude. You got to be kidding me. Stream idea, get a lathe and then mill, then stream making parts to donate. Yeah. I don't know. I've just been on a train kick. It's most likely because of 4014, but there's a lot going on in this picture that is ticking boxes in my head. There's to give freaking thanks. It looks like a 50 F1 right there. Short box step side with the boiler from the a T1 boiler. Oh boy. Oh boy. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. Chat, my brain do good, bad. See, okay. All right. Serious note here. See, you know, I say, let's restore all the big boys. People say, oh, the boilers are shot. Bro, shut up. We can make more. We can make, what, we can't make more? What, do we forget how to use a rivet gun? That's bull crap. Make more. I want to hear excuses. I want all the big boys operational. I want all of them in a row. You know, I like to picture my big boy, you know, in a tuxedo t-shirt livery, you know, and it's on, you know, it's on stage, right? And Leonard Skinner is playing, and I'm in the first row, and I'm hammered drunk. I like to picture my big boy, you know. I like to picture the baby one. Now, I like my big boy is a 3985, right? In space-related news, have you seen KSA is going for the vehicle editor next? I am aware of this. Yeah, big boy drag racing. Yeah, exactly. See which one can do the quarter mile. No, it wouldn't be a drag race. We'd have to do it. It'd have to be a tractor pull, right? How far can the big boy pull something? And the thing is that thing could move bajillions of freaking tonnage. That's what it was designed to do. I just need to see 4014 highballing just once. They haven't been really doing it because they're not going to, but I need to see that thing crossing like the Great Plains at like 70 or 80 miles an hour. Just like 3985 back in the day. That would be preferential. Dude, look at that. Look at that. Are those new castings? You got to be kidding me. Sadly, people are unable to be smart around the big boy. Someone lost their dog. Someone brought their dog out and lost control and it got hit. Well. Oh well. That sucks, man. You don't want to lose them like that. I also personally think that a steam engine being made with like totally 100% modern manufacturing techniques could be super useful. What about, think about this, guys. How about a billet orthogrid friction stir welded boiler? Basically like a rocket barrel where the boiler should be instead. What? The thermal expansion? Don't worry about that. You don't need to worry about that. It's aluminum. It'll be fine. Just saying. Do you think testing only docking in Artemis 3 is dumb? All right, we'll get back to space stuff here. Honestly, guys, if it was up to me, after the docking operations, I would have Orion shoot and use the SPS to go into a higher orbit to really put the reentry, put that heat shield through its paces, that new heat shield design. I would do that. I would have the double docking operations figured out and then go from there. I also, at one point, had the idea for an Artemis 3 mission that put the Artemis 3 Orion in the exact same orbit as the Artemis 2 Orion was in before it went to the moon. That way, if you can get your landers into that eccentric orbit that Artemis 2 was in before they shot the moon, right? You could test propellant aggregation with your landers, get them up to the higher orbit, do rendezvous and docking, right? And then have Orion shoot the moon and do another free return like Artemis 2, just to get more. I mean, why not? You're already there. The reason why I came up with this con-op is because with the concept of operations is because you're wasting an SLS going to Leo. I really, really hope that NASA is looking at other ways to move Orion into space, but who knows? Do you think a nuclear powertrain could become a thing with the technology we have right now or later on? For a steam engine? Maybe. How about using additive manufacturing? Yeah, you could do that too. The steam bit is the one thing I'm going to disagree with you on. Modern manufacturing would not result in a high enough efficiency gain to overcome more modern power systems. It would be neat to see, though. All right, fine. Fine. Hybrid, steam electric. Fine. Fine. Just have your boiler spin a turbine and have that turbine generate electricity, and then have electric bogies underneath a steam engine, which would look really strange. Can't argue with that efficiency. That's literally a power plant on wheels. I'm curious. I think I remember hearing about this. SpaceX wanted to launch Starship, have it go all the way around the world and land in Hawaii. Are they still planning to do that? No. Clayton, they got rid of that overflies too many shipping lanes. Landing in Hawaii, they land on the west coast of Australia. You know, I'm wondering how efficient it could be. That's going to gnaw at you now. As efficient as a damn power plant. Oh. I mean, and guys, if you had an RTG if you put an RTG in the boiler of a steam engine, right? No coal. You don't have to worry about that. The RTG would just need to be able to generate enough heat. So a microreactor would probably be a better idea. But you don't need, you need a lot of heat inside of that steam engine to get it really going. But yeah, if you put a compact reactor on a steam engine and then just had the nuclear reactor drive a steam turbine, you could have a train that doesn't need to be refilled for decades. All it needs is water. The shielding makes it impractical. Yeah. I know. That's why I was thinking an RTG might be a better solution there. You know, you don't have to deal, it's not a reactor. You're not generating insane amounts of power. You just need enough to keep the water going. The RTG would need to be massive. All right. First of all, you guys are right. I understand that, and I know how the physics works. Second of all, stop pissing on my dreams, please, before I come and hit you in the face with my sword. Okay? Can you stop? It's really annoying. Listen, man, we can hear you in the other room, and it's really freaking annoying. Shut the frick up! Do you know what shut the frick up means? It's from Pineapple Express? No? All right, cool. A nuclear-powered steam engine could work, and it'd be super efficient. But yes, you would also fry anybody aboard. But hey, whatever. Be fine. I mean, it wouldn't, but you get the idea. For some people, the pissing is the dream. Nice. How about copying a modern natural gas layout, a gas turbine? I always think a gas turbine electric would be fantastic for a locomotive. All right, hold on. I think we've covered this. Why not power electric trains with a nuclear power plant? I think you might be onto something here. You don't have a baguette over there. Do I see a baguette around you, see, Craig? Do I see a baguette there? It looks like I see a baguette and some cheese. It's almost like that was a good idea, but we dare not tell them that. We do not tell them that was a good idea. Then that would mean that they are right. And if we admit that the French are right, they will never let us hear the end of it. Am I wrong? I am not wrong. We can't tell them that they are right, then they'll let us know. Cannot have that. What's your favorite Mars rover? I like Perseverance because it deployed a helicopter. I like helicopters. Train Grand Vitesse. Hey, Sean, what's going on, man? Hell to the power of the atom. Yes. Yes, that's a good idea. You guys had a good idea. Don't let it go to your head. That's a good call. Soviet train concept. Yeah. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. See, this is what I'm talking about. You guys are like, well, we can't do the nuclear. We can't do the rad shielding, and I'm going to come at you with all ridiculous ideas. Bro, screw you. How about a 30-foot wide gauge train, all right? Imagine high-speed rail. We do have high-speed rail in the United States, Deadbringer, except it doesn't have rails, and it flies, and it's way faster. See? This is what I'm talking about here, man. You know, we if we're gonna do like nuclear high-speed rail, right? Why not make a train that's like as wide as the Buran Energia transporter, right? Let me see if I can find it. You know, like, oh, we can't. The simple solution here is if you can't have the shielding on our current Stevenson gates, why not build that? You know, all right. It needs to be the size. It needs to be the size of a naval vessel. All right, fine. Just make the gauge bigger, or just add multiple gauges. It's not way faster. Look at China or Japan and their high-speed rail. Oh no. Oh, no, it is. No, it is. Yeah, it's way faster. I've yet to see any locomotive travel at 500 miles an hour. If, they've done that, in routine mainline service, let me know. Not just a single one-off test that maybe went close to what an airplane can do. See this thing? The TUA right there, that's the grasshopper, right? That sucker? Why not just make a train that big? See? Like this. Just make the train bigger. Oh, it needs to be the size of a ship? All right, fine. Just put more train tracks underneath it. See, this is what I'm talking about. You guys, no imagination. You go right, no imagination. The Buran transporter is more efficient fuel-wise compared to NASA's crawler.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, it's not. It has no propulsion system. It's pulled by locomotives. Imagine a minimum radius for a curve of that grade. John, all right, you're going to be like, minimum radius of the curve. That would work really well for like 2/3 of the country. It's just that whole West Coast thing with those damn mountains. But also at the same time, come on. Come on now. Hey, Bio, tier 2, 77-month resub. 6-month stake? Oh, streak. Okay. Let's keep this going, right? Yeah, I hope so, man. High-speed rail doesn't have 2 hours of security checks and baggage waits. Well, I mean, that's a little bit retroactive in its implementation, don't you think, Drew? When the jet age first came around, we didn't have anything like that. You could just get on a plane, and it was way faster than a train, which is why the government let the trains fail. No, we're just forgetting that little part, aren't we? We're forgetting that little part. You just didn't mention that, huh? Why wouldn't you mention that part? Huh. All right. We're getting into the weeds. I'm sorry. I'm just having fun. Oh man, my boots are broken. I thought it was getting too airy down there. Damn it. Oh well. Need a new pair of boots. That one, I got some good mileage out of these ones. I linked you some twin turbo 12-cylinder Detroit starter engine ASMR. I'm kind of about that life. I was moving
this is space. I'm in space.
I'll give to the sub to broken boots. I was moving my foot around. I'm like, it's too airy. Feels like my boot's off. What the heck's going on here? It's not warm. And then that happened. All right, Drew, what do you got for me? This is a noise. It's a twin-turbo 12-cylinder 2-stroke diesel with no mufflers. That is not the noise a diesel motor should be making. It's turning a jet engine. All right, I get it. I was like, that's not the noise I think a diesel engine should be making. I think something's about to break. No, it was turning a jet engine for a power plant. Too airy down there wearing a kilt? Nah, mate. I got my standard work pants on here. Yeah, you put the damn work pants on. All right. Okay. We've discussed Artemis 3 ConOps trains, crew. Felt insignificant about the crew's resume as per usual. 30,000 horsepower generator. Yeah, that's nice. Now what? Now what do you want to do? I was going to say maybe do some space news, but we've kind of done space news already. But then again, I said what time is it? I've been going for about 5 hours. KSP or derail? I was going to say we could work on the car and then do more space news, but work pants, did you do some work? No, but I will now. I missed it. Start over. Sorry. Trains in KSP. We tried that one time. It didn't work very well. I mean, people have done it, though. If you edit fairings, you can make rails. It kind of works. Bio, you might be joining the Royal Netherlands military police. A word I can't pronounce as a reservist. Nice, dude. There you go. If I wasn't at work, I'd ask what you think I should build for SpaceX's Star Factory plumbing section. Build something good. Get your car rocking. Summer's going by fast. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, we work on the car for a little bit, and then I'd say 5:30. We'll tee up a space news. What about KSP and trains? I mean, if you brought a laptop onto a train, you could play KSP. All right. Let's go out in the shop then. I'm going to jog the YouTube VOD. And yeah, let's go make more parts for that dang old rocker panel. Let's try to get the damn thing finished. And you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe do I have derail installed? Hold on. I do. I have derail value installed. All right. Well, that's good to know for, you know, sometime soon. All right. So, yeah, we'll work on the car for a little bit of time, and then, yeah, we'll go do space news. So I'm going to jog the VOD, stand by for loss of signal from on the YouTube side of things. On Twitch, just chill here for a second. We'll switch gears, and let's go out in the garage, work on the car. There's still more space news we'll talk about later. I do believe there's a couple of things from yesterday that I didn't get to, but either way, we'll play it by ear. If there's not enough space news, we could just do one tomorrow, and we could just work on the car for you know, for the rest of the night, which I'm kind of want to do that, but we'll see. We'll see where it takes us. Let's go work on the car, figure it out from there. I do have Captain of Industry installed too. So once the car is done, is the next project the locomotive boiler? The next project that I had teed up, spoiled, was to take the 97 F250 and make it 4x4. And then I also have a 86 IROC Camaro that we need to get running. I mean, it runs, it needs work. I have, yeah, the 97 needs a new axle. I want to make it 4x4. What else on the car front? The 59 needs some stuff here and there, but my biggest thing that's hurting me right now is that I don't have a place to change the oil on my cars, because, I mean, I don't want to change it out on the paved part of the driveway where it's all nice, because you don't want to mess it up. But I mean, I suppose I could put the car. All my cars need oil changes right now. All right, anyway, I'll be right back. Let's focus on the task at hand. Let's get it done. I'll be right back momentarily.